Chapter 31:28. Oomph. Duan Lingtian scoffed. Just as Hongji's attack was about to be countered by his cross-dimensional profundity, the distortion profundity began to vibrate. In the next moment, Hongji was sent flying by the distortion profundity. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Naturally, Hongji was only able to escape Duan Lingtian's restraining profundity because Duan Lingtian had removed the restraining profundity. Unlike Hongji, who was sent flying, Duan Lingtian hovered in the air. His entire body was in good condition, and he did not look like he had just fought a fierce battle. "Hongji, are you all right?" Tong Qishan asked with a worried expression as he flew out and caught Hongji, who was flying backwards. Since he was able to join forces with Hongji in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was only natural that he was close to Hongji. Therefore, he was worried when he saw Hongji was severely injured. However, he didn't think about avenging Hongji because his strength was weaker than Hongji's. Although he had comprehended 5 profundities from the Law of Earth, if he were to fight Hongji, the most he could do was rely on the Law of Earth's defense to fight Hongji to a draw. In terms of offense, he was far inferior to Hongji. Hongji had comprehended 5 profundities from the Law of Metal that were better than the other profundities from the Law of Metal. This was especially true for the ripping profundity and the piercing profundity. They were the main offensive profundities from the Law of Metal. If Hongji was facing an ordinary person who had comprehended 5 profundities from a law, he would be able to easily defeat his opponent. Unfortunately, his opponent was Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian only used 5 profundities from the Law of Space, it would not be difficult for him to defeat Hongji. It would just take him some time. Duan Lingtian, who had comprehended 6 profundities from the Law of Space, could defeat Hongji in just a blink of an eye. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, Tong Qishan knew he would be defeated even if he focused on defending against Duan Lingtian. It was because Duan Lingtian had comprehended 6 profundities of the Law of Space. The Law of Space was one of the 4 supreme laws of heaven and earth. It was much more powerful than ordinary laws. Even if Duan Lingtian had only comprehended 5 of them, he and Hongji would only be able to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw if they joined forces. If Duan Lingtian chose to attack them one by one, even if he and Hongji joined forces, the possibility of defeat was more than 90%. Duan Lingtian had comprehended Blink Upanishad, which allowed him to come and go without leaving a trace. It wasn't hard to kill them one by one. Cough. "I'm fine. He was too strong. I couldn't fight back at all." Hongji, who was caught by Tong Qishan, had a helpless expression on his pale face. At the same time, there was a hint of lingering fear in his eyes. Fortunately, we don't have the habit of killing indiscriminately. If we wanted to kill him today, he would definitely kill us. He held back earlier. Otherwise, I would have died without a doubt. Thinking of the scene just now, Hongji's face suddenly became paler, and fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. "Let's leave." Hongji took out his accumulative points jade pendant. He glanced at it reluctantly, and then directly crushed it with his hand. After he crushed the accumulative point jade, a white energy surged out of it and shrouded Hongji. A gust of wind blew away the white energy that shrouded Hongji. However, Hongji was nowhere to be seen. Crack. After Hongji left, Tong Qishan took out his accumulative point jade and crushed it before he left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Both Hongji and Tong Qishan made a mental note of a name before they left the middle realm. Duan Lingtian. Based on the identity token hanging on Duan Lingtian's waist, they learned of Duan Lingtian's name. After Hongji and Tong Qishan left, Duan Lingtian gained 5 points in his accumulative point jade. Including the 1 point he now had 6 points in his accumulative point jade. The original point in his accumulative point jade was 1 point. Since Hongji had 3 points in his accumulative point jade, it meant he had obtained 1 point from someone else. On the other hand, Tong Qishan had 2 points in his accumulative point jade. It meant he had obtained 1 point from someone else. Now that Duan Lingtian had obtained all of their points, the number of points in his accumulative point jade skyrocketed. It went from 1 point to 6 points. I remember. The 100th person on the scoreboard only has 4 points, right? Before entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Tian had seen the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The person who was ranked 100th only had 4 points. The 89th, 90th, and 92nd place have 6 points. The 93rd place only has 5 points. If the rankings and points on this part of the leaderboard hadn't changed before this, I should be able to rank 93rd now, Duan Tian thought to himself. However, the 93rd place on the scoreboard was not Duan Tian's ultimate goal. Therefore, after he put his accumulative point jade away, he continued to make his way to the forest. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared 100 meters away. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared and reappeared 200 meters away. With a few flashes, Duan Tian's figure that was like a ghost had already completely disappeared in the mountain forest with a complicated terrain. Meanwhile, the transporting sites on the profound Nether Mansion's 3 main islands that led to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were bustling with activity. This was because a new name had appeared on the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, if it was just a new name, it would not have attracted much attention since it was ranked at the bottom. The reason this new name caused such an uproar was due to the 3 words Profound Nether Mansion at the end of the name. This meant the new name was Duan Tian. After all, the person who had just entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was a disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. Duan Tian? Who's he? Since when did the Profound Nether Mansion have such a person? It's impossible for someone who's capable of making it into the top 100 in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to be a nobody in the Profound Nether Mansion. Apart from that, we're familiar with the names of those 10 Directions Celestial Dukes who aren't in the top 100, but are rather strong. However, this person isn't among them. Does anyone know him? The disciples of the Profound Nether Mansion were, naturally, happy that another disciple from the Profound Nether Mansion had appeared in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although the Profound Nether Mansion's disciples who were ranked below the top 20 would not benefit the Profound Nether Mansion, it was still a sign of strength to be ranked in the top 100. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was no longer just a tool for Grade 6 celestial mansions to compete for benefits. It had become a symbol of glory for Grade 6 celestial mansions. It was a great honor for a disciple from a Grade 6 immortal mansion to be ranked near the top of the scoreboard and occupy the most spots on the scoreboard. For this reason, the appearance of another disciple from the Profound Nether Mansion on the scoreboard attracted the attention of many disciples who were paying close attention to the scoreboard. However, to them, it was a pity. After all, the name Duan Tian was unfamiliar to them. Duan Tian? An elder of the Profound Nether Mansion sitting behind a counter on one of the main islands of the Profound Nether Mansion frowned when he heard the name Duan Tian. As soon as he heard the name, he found it familiar. His eyes lit up as realization dawned on him. Duan Tian. Isn't he the young man who was brought here by Inspector Qi? He still remembered he was the one who helped Qi Tianming, the inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion, complete the formalities for the young man. The name Duan Tian was engraved on the young man's identity token and accumulative point jade. Duan Tian. Don't tell me it's a homonym? When the elder recalled the young man who was brought here by Inspector Qi was not even 100 years old, he began to feel uncertain. Could it be another disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion with the names Duan Tian, Duan Tian, or Duan Tian? Check it out. As an elder of the Profound Nether Mansion who was stationed at the transporting point in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he had the authority to check the information of the Profound Nether Mansion's disciples who had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this month. After checking the information, the elder was shocked to find that there was only one person who had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Among the Profound Nether Mansion's disciples who had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, only Duan Tian had the same name. He was none other than Inspector Qi. In other words, the Profound Nether Mansion's disciple who's ranked in the top 100 is the young man Inspector Qi brought here? He entered the middle realm less than 2 hours ago, right? He obtained 6 points and entered the top 100 in such a short time? The elder from the Profound Nether Mansion was stunned. The profound Nether Mansion's elder took a deep breath before he told another profound Nether Mansion's elder who was standing nearby. A commotion broke out at the entrance of the transporting formation again. There's news. Duan Lingtian is the young man who was brought in by Inspector Qi. The young man who was brought in by Inspector Qi? He just entered the Middle Realm an hour ago, right? Moreover, he's not even 100 years old, right? He's not even 100 years old, and he entered the Middle Realm less than 2 hours ago. But he obtained 6 points and entered the top 100? How's this possible? It's impossible. Let alone the profound Nether Mansion. Even in the history of the Southern Heaven Territory, has there ever been a 10-direction celestial duke younger than 100 years old? Moreover, even if he's a 10-direction celestial duke, his comprehension of the profundities of a law shouldn't be weak. How's it possible for someone younger than 100 years old to obtain so many points in such a short time? I don't think it's possible as well. If Duan Lingtian is really him, he must have bribed the people from the other celestial mansions to give him their points. He must have cheated. Chapter 31:29. The elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion discussed among themselves and came to a consensus. The profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple, Duan Lingtian, must have cheated in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Otherwise, how could a young man like him rank in the top 100 of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Is it possible that Lord Inspector Qi found him to cheat? However, it's meaningless for the profound Nether Mansion to cheat if he doesn't make it into the top 20, right? Someone speculated. There are only a few days left until the rankings are updated. Even if he cheated, it's impossible for him to make it into the top 20 now, right? That's not necessarily the case. What if people from other celestial mansions enter at the same time? With enough people giving him points, it's not impossible for him to make it into the top 20. That's possible. It seems like Lord Inspector Qi really found him to cheat, so that the profound Nether Mansion can enter the top 20. When did the profound Nether Mansion end up in such a predicament? Even the top 20 of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm needs someone to cheat in order to make it into the top 20. Many of the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion speculated that Duan Lingtian was found by the profound Nether Mansion's Inspector Qi Tianming to cheat in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. How did the profound Nether Mansion end up in such a predicament? Did they have to cheat in order to make it into the top 20 in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Naturally, there were some who disagreed. I don't think it's necessary to find a young man who's not even 100 years old to cheat, right? Senior brother Zhou Hongjie could have just found someone from other celestial mansions to give him some points, and he'll be able to make it into the top 20. Isn't it more expensive to find a young man who's not even 100 years old? Now that you mention it, I have a headache. If the profound Nether Mansion really wants to cheat, senior brother Zhou Hongjie would be our first choice. However, if he didn't cheat, how did that young man manage to make it into the top 100 in such a short time? Maybe he just happened to see two evenly matched people fighting, and both of them were injured at the same time, and only had one breath left. It's not impossible for something like this to happen. Maybe he's really that lucky. Whether it's luck or not, we'll know once we see if there are any changes in his points. If he really cheated, his points would definitely increase. And if he's just lucky and picked up a big bargain, his points will definitely not continue to increase. If I were him, I would have rushed out as soon as I could after picking up such a huge bargain. How powerful can a person who isn't even 100 years old possibly be? Inside, anyone you meet will have the ability to easily kill you. If the profound Nether Mansion wanted to cheat, they could have asked Zhou Hongjie, the strongest 10-direction celestial duke in the profound Nether Mansion, to do so. Although Zhou Hongjie had not ranked in the top 20 of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard for almost a year now, he was still ranked in the top 20. He only needed a few more points to enter the top 20. As this group of people discussed, more and more people felt that Duan Lingtian was only able to rank in the top 100 due to luck. Naturally, there were also some people who looked at Duan Lingtian's name on the scoreboard expectantly. They wanted to see if there was any chance for him to rank up the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian had only been in the middle realm for less than 2 hours, but he had already accumulated 6 points. In the history of the profound nether mansion, no one had ever been so lucky to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. The Lucii mansion was a grade 6 celestial mansion. Its status in the southern heaven territory was equivalent to the profound nether mansion. There were 2 transporting formations in the Lucii mansion that led to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. At this moment, a wretched figure appeared out of thin air at one of the transporting formations. Following that, another figure appeared next to the wretched figure. Hongji, Tongqi Shan. As soon as the duo appeared, they attracted the attention of many elders and disciples in the Lucii mansion. Many disciples recognized the duo. Hongji, Tongqi Shan, based on your appearances, you were teleported out by crushing your accumulative point jades? A middle-aged disciple from the Lucii mansion asked in surprise when he saw the duo.
Yes.
Tongqi Shan reached out to support Hongji as he nodded. This time, we're completely convinced of our loss. With the 2 of you joining forces, even those at the bottom of the scoreboard might not be a match for the 2 of you. The person who defeated the 2 of you is definitely not a nobody. Who's the person who eliminated the 2 of you? Another disciple from the Lucii mansion who looked like an old man asked. That person is really a nobody, Tongqi Shan said with a wry smile. Tongqi Shan smiled wryly when he was faced with everyone's questioning gaze. His name is Duanling Tian. After obtaining both of our points, he's definitely ranked in the top 100. As Tongqi Shan spoke, he looked at the light screen in the distance and saw the name at the bottom of the scoreboard. Duanling Tian, 93rd place. Tongqi Shan's eyes glinted as he thought to himself. Although Duanling Tian has just entered the middle realm, with his strength and luck, he'll definitely be able to rank in the top 50. He had witnessed Duanling Tian's strength. For this reason, he knew Duanling Tian was strong enough to rank in the top 40 or top 50 in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, since Duanling Tian had entered the middle realm late, he would have to rely on luck to rank in the top 50. If he was lucky, he would be able to encounter opponents with sufficient points who were weaker than him. Duanling Tian? While Tongqi Shan was looking at the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the other elders and disciples from the Lucii mansion were also looking at the scoreboard. There he is, 93rd place. Duanling Tian? A disciple of the profound nether mansion? I've never heard of him before. When did the profound nether mansion have such a person? I've heard of all the powerful 10-direction celestial dukes in the profound nether mansion, but I've never heard of Duanling Tian before. Where did this profound nether mansion disciple come from? Since he's capable of defeating Hongji and Tongqi Shan and ranks in the top 100, there's no way he's a nobody. The group of elders and disciples from the profound nether mansion looked at each other in confusion. None of them had heard of Duanling Tian in the profound nether mansion before. Soon after, many people shifted their attention to Tongqi Shan and Hongji. Tongqi Shan, since he defeated you and Hongji, he must have comprehended at least 6 profundities from a law, right? An elder from the Lucii mansion asked as he looked at Tongqi Shan. Yes. Tongqi Shan nodded. Then, he said solemnly, not only has he comprehended 6 profundities from a law, but he has also comprehended the law of space. The law of space. As Tongqi Shan's voice fell, the scene fell into a dead silence. Comprehending 6 profundities of the law of space? As one of the 4 supreme laws, the laws of space were extremely difficult to comprehend. In the entire Lucii mansion, there was only one person who had comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, that person was one of the few elders with the highest seniority in the Lucii manor. He was a celestial emperor. Apart from that person, there was no one else in the entire Lucii mansion who had comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. But now, Tongqi Shan was telling them Duanling Tian from the profound nether mansion had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space? Tongqi Shan, are you telling the truth? I've never heard of a 10-direction celestial duke in the profound nether mansion who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. A disciple from the Lucii manor questioned. I've never heard of a 10-direction celestial duke in the profound nether mansion who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. let alone a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Another elder from the Lu Ci manor voiced his doubts. Swoosh. Just as everyone was looking at Tong Qishan in surprise, Tong Qishan raised his hand, and a bead appeared in his hand. A floating image pearl. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the pearl in Tong Qishan's hand. After all, it was a floating image pearl. Since Tong Qishan had taken out the floating image pearl at this moment, it meant he had recorded the battle between them and the profound Nether Mansion's disciple, Duanling Tian. Whoosh! As Tong Qishan's celestial origin energy surged into the floating image pearl, a constantly changing light screen appeared before the elders and disciples of the Lu Ci mansion. 2 figures appeared on the light screen. One of them was Hongji, an inner court disciple of the Lu Ci mansion. He was a 10-direction celestial duke who had comprehended 5 profundities from the law of metal. As for the other person, he was a purple-clad young man who was unfamiliar to them. Naturally, it was not difficult for the elders and disciples of the Lu Ci mansion to figure out who the purple-clad young man was. Without a doubt, the purple-clad young man was Duanling Tian from the profound Nether Mansion. Hongji is making his move. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Hongji was the first to make his move. He transformed into a golden man as he charged toward the purple-clad young man. In the light screen, the golden saber rays intertwined to form a net that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. However, at this critical moment, the purple-clad young man suddenly vanished from his spot like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away from Hongji. This is the law of space's teleportation profundity? One of the elders from the Lu Ci mansion exclaimed in shock. The law of space's teleportation profundity? Everyone at the scene was shocked. The law of space's teleportation profundity was one of the most difficult profundities to comprehend. Once one comprehended it, one would be able to use the teleportation profundity. Look at his identity medallion. A sharp-eyed disciple from the Lu Ci mansion narrowed his eyes when he saw the identity token spinning around the purple-clad young man's waist. Chapter 3130. An outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion? As the sharp-eyed disciple from the Lu Ci manor spoke, the attention of the group of elders and disciples from the Lu Ci manor was focused on the identity token hanging on the waist of the purple-clothed young man in the mirror image. In just a blink of an eye, they recognized the identity token of an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. This was because the outer court disciple tokens of the various grade 6 celestial mansions were mostly the same. Therefore, the group of people recognized it with a single glance. Duanling Tian is an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion? Everyone was confused. At this moment, they saw Duanling Tian's figure flashing in front of them. In the mirror image, after Duanling Tian dodged Hongji's preemptive attack by teleporting, he teleported to Hongji's side and attacked him. In just a few moments, Hongji's attack was annihilated without Duanling Tian making any big move. It was taken away by the spatial rift, and Hongji was sent flying with heavy injuries. Gasp, 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 gasp. Seeing how Hongji was defeated so easily, the group of Lu Ci manor's elders and disciples widened their eyes in shock. At the same time, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Since when did the outer court disciples of the profound Nether Mansion become so strong? The territory profundity, the restraining profundity, the distortion profundity, and the cross-sectional profundity, coupled with the teleportation profundity and the space elemental profundity, this outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. A knowledgeable elder from the Lu Ci mansion exclaimed, "I didn't expect there to be such a person in the profound Nether Mansion." Then, he sighed emotionally. How can such a person be an outer court disciple in the profound Nether Mansion? Are the people in the profound Nether Mansion blind? Another elder from the Lu Ci mansion cursed. If such a person was in the Lu Ci mansion, he would be an inner court disciple at the very least. In fact, it would not be difficult for him to become a core disciple. After all, those who could enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were not even 1,000 years old. For someone who was not even 1,000 years old to comprehend 6 profundities from the law of space, it would not be difficult for such a person to become a core disciple in any grade 6 celestial mansion. Why do I have a feeling the profound nether mansion is trying to provoke us? How can an outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion eliminate our inner court disciples? I also think the profound nether mansion is trying to embarrass us. With such strength, how can he be an outer court disciple? The profound nether mansion really hit him well. I've never heard of such a person in the profound nether mansion. It won't take long for this outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion to spread his name across the major celestial mansions. After the Lu Ci mansion's elders and disciples discussed spiritedly, they came to a unanimous conclusion. The profound nether mansion was trying to provoke the grade 6 celestial mansions, including the Lu Ci mansion. Based on the strength the purple-clad young man had displayed, it was impossible for him to be an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. It's also possible that the profound nether mansion hired external help. Tong Qishan made a timely guess just as the crowd's discussion quieted down. What do you mean? Everyone turned to look at Tong Qishan. Do you know how old the profound nether mansion's outer court disciple is in the floating image pearl? Tong Qishan asked. I don't know. Everyone shook their heads. It was impossible for them to determine the purple-clad young man's age based on the scryer recording. Even if the purple-clad young man looked young, they would not think he was young. Many old monsters who were tens of thousands of years old could appear as young as 17 or 18 years old if they wanted to. Since he's able to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, it means he's younger than 1,000 years old. A 10-direction celestial duke who's younger than 1,000 years old, who has such a high attainment in the law of space, is more than enough to be a core disciple of the profound nether mansion. There's no way he's just an outer court disciple. That's right. Not only is he not a core disciple in the profound nether mansion, but he's not even an inner court disciple. The profound nether mansion is trying to embarrass us. In the history of the southern heaven territory, it's rare to see someone younger than 1,000 years old who has comprehended the law of space. I didn't expect the profound nether mansion to be hiding such a person. Apart from Tong Qishan and Hong Ji, all the elders and disciples of the Lu Ci mansion present on the scene thought the purple-clad young man had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Younger than 1,000 years old? Hong Ji, who had remained silent all this while laughed self-deprecatingly when he heard the discussion. The mirror image recorded by the floating image pearl ended when Hong Ji was sent flying. However, since Tong Qishan did not put the floating image pearl away, he did not withdraw the celestial origin energy he had injected into it. Therefore, the mirror image was still playing in a loop. Duan Lingtian isn't just a 10-direction celestial duke. Tong Qishan looked at the purple figure in the mirror image and said in a low voice. Because his tone was not right, it caused the surrounding people to become quiet. Their gazes fell on him in unison. He's not even 100 years old. Everyone's eyes widened in shock when they heard Tong Qishan's words. The surroundings fell silent immediately. At this moment, even if a needle were to fall to the ground, one would be able to hear the crisp sound of it hitting the ground. Tong Qishan, are you mistaken? This profound nether mansion's outer court disciple isn't even 100 years old? One of the Lu Ci mansion's disciples was the first to regain his senses. He looked at Tong Qishan in disbelief. I know you won't believe me, but that's the truth. Not only me, even Hong Ji, when facing him, found it not difficult to detect the aura of his fleshly body that was less than 100 years old. Tong Qishan shrugged and said, he didn't think that the group of people in front of him would believe his words. After all, hearing from others and seeing with their own eyes were two completely different concepts. Put yourself in his shoes and think about it. If he was one of them, he would not have believed it if someone told him there was a 10-direction celestial duke who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space before the age of 100 in the profound nether mansion. Let's go, Hong Ji said to Tong Qishan. Then, the two of them left under the gazes of the crowd. Just as Tong Qishan had thought, although everyone present was shocked by what he had said, no one believed him. A 10-direction celestial duke who was not even 100 years old? Moreover, He had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. There had never been such an existence in the history of the Southern Heaven territory. However, today, Tong Qishan told them that he was going to tell them something. Moreover, he was just an outer court disciple in the profound nether mansion. Who would believe that? Why are they acting so mysterious? Do they think we'll believe them? But Tong Qishan and Hongji have no reason to lie to us, right? No matter what, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that the outer court disciple is less than 100 years old. I don't believe it as well. After Tong Qishan and Hongji left, the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm was still bustling with activity. At the same time, communication celestial talismans were being sent out one after another. Soon after, even the elders and disciples of the Lu Ci mansion, who were not present, learned about the outer court disciple who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, the outer court disciple was a 10-direction celestial duke. Naturally, no one dared to say that the outer court disciple was less than 100 years old, since they did not believe Tong Qishan's words about the Duan Lingtian being younger than 100 years old. As the news spread, more than half of the Lu Ci mansion was shocked. There were a few elders in the Lu Ci mansion who were on good terms with the elders of the profound nether mansion. They quickly used their communication celestial talismans to contact the elders they knew. Old He, the profound nether mansion is really secretive. A 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space who is less than 1,000 years old? Moreover, the profound nether mansion only gave him the status of an outer court disciple. Are you trying to embarrass us? Brotherly, do you know the outer court disciple called Duan Lingtian? In the profound nether mansion's estate, the elders who received the news from the Lu Ci mansion were stunned. Duan Lingtian? An outer court disciple? A 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space before he's even 1,000 years old? Are you sure you're not joking? If there's such a person in the profound nether mansion, we would have heard about him a long time ago. He's currently ranked 93rd on the scoreboard in the Southern Heaven ancient realm? Wait a moment. I'll go check out the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Out of curiosity, the elders of the profound nether mansion went to the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. There's really such a person? When they saw Duan Lingtian's name on the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm, they were dumbfounded. At the same time, they heard many people discussing Duan Lingtian at the transporting formation. Many people were talking about Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was only lucky to be able to take advantage of the situation where both sides were heavily injured. That was why he was able to obtain enough points to squeeze into the top 100. You're wrong. Duan Lingtian didn't enter the top 100 due to luck. A profound nether mansion elder who had a good friend who was an elder in the Lu Ci mansion refuted. My good friend in the Lu Ci mansion just sent me a message saying that their Lu Ci mansion's inner court disciple, Hongji, was severely injured by Duan Lingtian. After Hongji handed over his points, Tong Qishan surrendered without a fight. Therefore, Duan Lingtian obtained 5 points in one go. My friend in the Lu Ci mansion also told me that he saw Duan Lingtian's floating image pearl and saw Duan Lingtian cast 6 profundities from the law of space after he injured Hongji. Where did this Duan Lingtian come from? As an elder of the profound nether mansion, I've never heard of him. He's not even 1,000 years old, but he has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, he's a 10-direction celestial duke. How can such a person be an outer court disciple? The other elders of the profound nether mansion who heard the news from the Lu Ci mansion chimed in. Chapter 31:31. Duan Lingtian did not know. Currently, his name had spread far and wide in the profound nether mansion and the Lu Ci mansion. Even some of the other celestial mansions were aware of his existence. Duan Lingtian was an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. He was not even 100 years old, but he had already become a 10-direction celestial duke and comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. This was also the reason why Duan Lingtian's reputation gradually spread. Duan Lingtian's achievements were not enough to attract too much attention. However, such achievements, coupled with the fact that he was not even 100 years old, were enough to cause a sensation in all the Grade 6 celestial mansions in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After Duan Lingtian eliminated 2 inner palace disciples from the Lu Ci residence and obtained 5 points, he encountered another person after half a day. A disciple of the profound Nether Mansion? The person standing opposite Duan Lingtian was a middle-aged man. He wore a blue robe and had an ordinary appearance. However, his eyes were extremely sharp, especially when he saw the identity medallion hanging on Duan Lingtian's waist. His face was filled with a sinister smile. When did the profound Nether Mansion's disciples become so stupid? How dare an outer court disciple enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Brat, you're unlucky to have met me. You'll become the 23rd profound Nether Mansion's disciple I've killed in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. You're the 23rd disciple from the profound Nether Mansion I've encountered in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The middle-aged man called himself Gongsun Jing. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, he had killed a few disciples from the profound Nether Mansion when he was in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. You have a feud with the profound Nether Mansion? Duan Lingtian asked with a calm expression. At the same time, his gaze landed on the identity token on Gongsun Jing's waist. Azure Green Mansion's inner court disciple? The moment he saw the other party's identity token, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion, had mentioned the Azure Green Mansion before he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Like the profound Nether Mansion, the Azure Green Mansion was a Grade 6 celestial mansion. However, there was a deep enmity between the Azure Green Mansion and the profound Nether Mansion for nearly 1,000 years. This was due to the conflict between the current mansion masters of the profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion. Several thousand years ago, the current mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion and the current mansion master of the Azure Green Mansion were not the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. The two of them wandered the world together and met a woman. They fell in love with each other at the same time. In the end, the two of them, who were originally as close as brothers, became enemies because of a woman. Although it wasn't to the extent that they would fight to the death, they were still incompatible like fire and water. Eventually, both of them became the mansion masters of the profound Nether Mansion. One day, the eldest direct disciple of the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion killed the third direct disciple of the Azure Green Mansion's mansion master. The enmity between the two of them was born. Eventually, the second disciple of the mansion master of the Azure Green Mansion killed the last disciple of the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. From then on, the members of the profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion would fight to the death unless they were wary of each other. In the outside world, the disciples of the profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion might be wary of each other. However, in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the disciples from the two mansions would fight each other to the death in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the disciples of the profound Nether Mansion and the disciples of the Azure Green Mansion would kill each other. If you encounter an Azure Green Mansion disciple in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and are stronger than him, kill him with all your might. If you're not a match for him, flee immediately. After all, the Azure Green Mansion disciples won't show mercy to you. This was what Duan Lingtian had told Qi Tianming before he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In other words, if Duan Lingtian encountered someone from the Azure Green Mansion in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would either fight to the death or flee. Naturally, he would only be able to flee with his own strength and would not be able to rely on external help. Before entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Lingtian learned from Qi Tianming that he could not rely on external help in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, let alone celestial talismans, celestial pills, and even celestial weapons could not be used. Even defensive celestial weapons would not work here. The restrictions on formations in the middle realm were even stricter than in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. At the very least, one could use celestial weapons in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It seems like my identity token has given you your answer. Gongsun Jing sneered when he saw Duan Lingtian's gaze on his identity token. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he said, "Brat, you can only blame yourself for being a disciple of the profound nether mansion." As soon as Gongsun Jing finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and turned into a ball of red flames that shrouded him. It was clear Gongsun Jing was about to make his move. Gongsun Jing. I saw his name on the scoreboard before I came in. I think he's ranked 69th, the scoreboard of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm that Duan Ling Tian had read before he entered the middle realm appeared in his mind. He remembered that Gongsun Jing's name was ranked 69th when he saw the scoreboard. He had a total of 13 points. In other words, so far this month, Gongsun Jing had obtained a total of 12 points, one of which was his own. Swoosh. Accompanied by a vast and majestic explosion, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed and became hot. A flame that shot up into the sky whistled and swept over in a menacing manner. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian discovered many familiar profundities from the law of fire from the attacks. The pillaging profundity, the explosion profundity, the burning profundity, coupled with the fire elemental profundity, the law of fire's fundamental profundity. This meant Gongsun Jing's attack contained 4 profundities from the law of fire. You'll be the fastest profound nether mansion's disciple I've killed in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Gongsun Jing sneered when he saw the profound nether mansion's outer court disciple was completely unaffected by his attack that contained only 4 profundities from the law of fire. In just a blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian. However, in the next moment, just when he thought Duan Ling Tian was about to be killed by him, Duan Ling Tian vanished into thin air before his eyes like a ghost. Duan Ling Tian had vanished into thin air. Due to this reason, Gongsun Jing's attack missed. How's this possible? After his attack missed, the flames on Gongsun Jing's body grew even stronger. He was sent flying hundreds of meters away before he finally came to a stop. When he turned around, he saw Duan Ling Tian standing in the distance with his hands clasped behind his back as he looked at him calmly. What kind of technique is that? I didn't even see how he dodged my attack. Gongsun Jing looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly. At the same time, he kept recalling what had happened earlier. The moment he disappeared into thin air, the space around him seemed to tremble for a moment. Is it possible that he used the law of space's teleportation profundity earlier? Gongsun Jing sighed in relief when he thought about this. I didn't expect an outer court disciple like you would be able to comprehend the law of space's teleportation profundity, Gongsun Jing said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully. However, before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened as though he had just recalled something. Why, you're not even 100 years old. Although Gongsun Jing did not use his divine consciousness to probe Duan Ling Tian from the beginning until the end, he could vaguely sense the aura of Duan Ling Tian's body that was not even 100 years old. His heart skipped a beat when he thought about it. Even if Duan Ling Tian had used the law of space's teleportation profundity earlier, the fluctuation of celestial origin energy he sensed earlier was similar to that of a 10-direction celestial duke. In other words, Duan Ling Tian was a 10-direction celestial duke. Gongsun Jing's eyes widened when he recalled Duan Ling Tian's aura. A 10-direction celestial duke who's not even 100 years old? Even if he has only comprehended the law of space's space elemental profundity and the teleportation profundity, his innate talent is heaven-defying. There had never been a 10-direction celestial duke who was not even 100 years old in the history of the Azure Green Mansion. Even in the history of the Southern Heaven Territory, such an existence was extremely rare. Moreover, it seemed that only 1 or 2 of the 10 great clans had such an existence. Gongsun Jing's blood boiled when he realized Duan Ling Tian was a 10-direction celestial duke who was not even 100 years old. Although I've killed many disciples of the profound Nether Mansion, I've never killed such a monstrous genius before. Gongsun Jing's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. However, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. He's a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. Even if he has only comprehended the law of space's space elemental profundity and the space elemental profundity, he should be able to escape from me easily. After all, the speed and frequency of his teleportation are comparable to the speed and frequency of my attacks. Gong Sun Jing felt slightly helpless when he thought about this. With his current cultivation base, it was impossible for him to kill a 10-direction celestial duke who had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. It did not matter if his opponent was much weaker than him. No wonder an outer court disciple like you dares to come here. As it turns out, you're a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. Gong Sun Jing glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly before he turned around to leave. Since he could not kill Duan Lingtian, he did not want to waste his time here. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. Chapter 31-32. Gong Sun Jing had thought Duan Lingtian would tactfully leave since he had decided to leave. After all, he could not kill Duan Lingtian due to Duan Lingtian's teleportation profundity. Under such circumstances, there was no point in continuing the fight. What? I've spared your life, but you still want to die? Gong Sun Jing sneered as he looked at Duan Lingtian who was blocking his path. Spare my life? Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Gong Sun Jing's words. Then, he laughed. If you want to kill me, you'll have to catch up to my speed and frequency of teleportation. As a 10-direction celestial duke, you'll have to cast at least 2 profundities from a law to catch up to my speed. The speed profundity of the law of fire is the pillaging profundity and the fire elemental profundity. Even if you've comprehended both profundities, there's no suitable environment for you to use the fire elemental profundity, let alone the pillaging profundity. Duan Lingtian was well aware of his current predicament. Moreover, the law of fire was his main source of strength before he comprehended the law of space. Even if he had comprehended the fire movement profundity, he would have to be in an environment filled with flames to unleash its full strength. However, Gong Sun Jing was not in such an environment. When Gong Sun Jing heard Duan Lingtian's words, he snorted in anger. So what if that's the case? Even if I can't kill you, do you think you can kill me? Although you're not even 100 years old and have become a 10-direction celestial duke, how many profundities can you comprehend from the law of space? If I had intentionally defended myself, would your attack have been able to break through my defense? Gong Sun Jing's tone was filled with disdain. Clearly, he did not think Duan Lingtian was capable of killing him. You can try and see if your defense can withstand my attack. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body through his 99 heavenly veins and merged with the space elemental profundity. Teleportation profundity. Duan Lingtian teleported behind Gong Sun Jing without any warning. Restraining profundity. As soon as Gong Sun Jing regained his senses, Duan Lingtian cast the law of space's restraining profundity to seal the space around Gong Sun Jing to prevent him from escaping. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew the restraining profundity would not be able to stop Gong Sun Jing. Territory profundity. Distortion profundity. Duan Lingtian used to cast the restraining profundity to prevent Duan Lingtian to use his 2-2-2 to prevent Duan to break through the restraining profundity. The restraining profundity from the law? Duan to not to Lingtian to be to Tian to not to was to use his 2 to be to cast to his 2 to Tian's 2 is to be a to be would not. To break to break to break to Tian to him. Although Gong Sun Jing was surprised that Duan Lingtian had cast the 3rd profundity from the law of space, he was not afraid. With just a thought, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Gong Sun Jing's celestial origin energy surged out of his body, it turned into raging flames that seemed capable of incinerating everything. At the same time, the flames continued to rise as though they were trying to break through Duan Lingtian's restraining profundity. The fire elemental profundity, the explosion profundity, the burning profundity, the plundering profundity. The four profundities from the law of fire that Gongsun Jing had cast earlier appeared. At the same time, two other profundities from the law of fire appeared as well. The corrosion profundity, the fire body profundity. The corrosion profundity was one of the main offensive profundities from the law of fire. It was extremely aggressive and corrosive. As for the fire body profundity, it was similar to the law of metal's metal body profundity. One celestial origin energy that had merged with the fire elemental profundity would form a layer of flames on the surface of one's body. At the same time, one's strength would be enhanced. In addition, after using the fire body Upanishad to transform into a flaming man, the power of his Upanishads would increase accordingly. How's this possible? Initially, Gongsun Jing thought he would be able to break through Duan Lingtian's restraining profundity if he used all his techniques. However, he soon discovered that although the power that imprisoned the space he was in was on the verge of collapse, he was still trapped inside. At the same time, his strength seemed to be restricted by a few other forces as well. Gongsun Jing narrowed his eyes and swept his divine consciousness. His expression changed drastically. The law of space's territory profundity? The distortion profundity? At this moment, Gongsun Jing discovered that the two profundities from the law of space Duan Lingtian were able to resist his strength. Not only is this profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple a 10-direction celestial duke, but he has also comprehended 5 profundities from the law of space. Up until now, Gongsun Jing had seen Duan Lingtian cast 5 profundities from the law of space. The space elemental profundity, the teleportation profundity, the restraining profundity, the territory profundity, and the distortion profundity. Although Duan Lingtian had only cast 4 profundities from the law of space on Gongsun Jing, the space elemental profundity, the restraining profundity, the territory profundity, and the distortion profundity. On the other hand, Gongsun Jing had cast 6 profundities. However, what kind of law was the law of space? What kind of law did Gongsun Jing comprehend? The law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws. It was superior to ordinary laws. The profundities from the law of space were stronger than ordinary first-rate profundities from ordinary laws. However, Gongsun Jing had only comprehended the ordinary law of fire. I didn't expect someone who's not even 100 years old to be a 10-direction celestial duke and comprehend 5 profundities from the law of space. However, do you really think you're strong enough to kill me? Although Gongsun Jing was shocked by Duan Lingtian's heaven-defying comprehension ability, he quickly regained his senses. He sneered as he made a grabbing motion with his right hand. In just a blink of an eye, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Tiny purple sword rays could be seen on the surface of the purple sword. They looked like tiny purple snakes as they revolved around the sword. Since Gongsun Jing had comprehended the law of fire and the fire body profundity, his control over the fire elemental profundity had reached a certain level. Although he had yet to reach the peak of mastery, he was able to control the fire elemental profundity with ease. Swoosh! Gongsun Jing shook his right hand and thrust the purple sword in his hand toward the side. He wanted to break through Duan Lingtian's spatial shackles with brute force. Based on the current situation, Gongsun Jing would be able to break through Duan Lingtian's spatial shackles if he attacked indiscriminately. However, Duan Lingtian still had the profundity of teleportation. At that time, as long as Duan Lingtian discovered a weak spot in the spatial shackles, he could teleport there and focus on the weak spot. By then, Gongsun Jing would be in a passive position. That was why he chose to use his own strength to break through Duan Lingtian's spatial shackles. Swoosh! Gongsun Jing's sword pierced through the air. The void trembled as if he had almost torn it apart. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he saw through Gongsun Jing's intention. In the next moment, profundity of dimension slash. With just a thought in Duan Lingtian's mind, a terrifying spatial tear suddenly appeared in the void where Gongsun Jing's sword was traveling. Gongsun Jing was dumbfounded when he saw this. Even though the might of his sword strike was extraordinary, it had not reached the level where it could actually tear space apart. He knew this very well. However, it was impossible for his sky-piercing sword to tear through space. So what was going on with this spatial rift? Could it be? An ominous feeling rose in Gongsun Jing's mind. In the next moment, After seeing the space crack, a gray light blade that seemed to have crossed the space from a different dimension whistled towards him. He knew that his premonition was right. This is the profundity of dimension slash? Although Gong Sunjing had not come into contact with the law of space, he had done some research on the law of space. Therefore, he had some understanding of it. With just a glance, he could tell that Duan Lingtian was using the law of space's profundity of dimension slash. Six profundities? No matter how much Gong Sunjing wanted to remain calm, there was nothing he could do. He was so tense that the sword in his hand seemed to have lost its momentum. Buzz. At the same time, the blurry blade of light that seemed to have traveled from another dimension collided with Gong Sunjing's sword. During this process, Duan Lingtian had merged all the profundities from the law of space that could be added to the profundity of dimension slash. Moreover, Gong Sunjing's sword seemed to have lost its momentum. For this reason, the profundity of dimension slash easily destroyed the sword in the blink of an eye. It was extremely powerful. No. When Gong Sunjing tried to defend himself, his sword had already been destroyed. He could only cry out in pain as he watched the profundity of dimension slash flying toward him. Spurt. Blood splattered in the air. Gong Sunjing, who had been full of confidence earlier, was killed by the profundity of dimension slash. His body was crushed into powder by the profundity of dimension slash. Gong Sunjing, an inner court disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, a 10-direction celestial duke who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of fire, had died just like that. After Gong Sunjing's death, the points in his accumulative point jade went to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's accumulative point jade increased to 19 points. Previously, he had 6 points while Gong Sunjing's accumulative point jade had 13 points. With 13 points, Gong Sunjing was ranked 69th on the scoreboard. Now that Duan Lingtian had 19 points, it was only natural that Duan Lingtian's ranking was not lower than Gong Sunjing's. Unlike the scoreboard in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the changes in the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were instantaneous. For this reason, as soon as Duan Lingtian killed Gong Sunjing, the scoreboard in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm changed. Chapter 31-33. In the Azure Green Mansion. At one of the portals leading to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a group of people gathered around the scoreboard narrowed their eyes in unison. An uproar broke out among the crowd. Senior Gong Sunjing's name is removed from the scoreboard? Senior Gong Sunjing has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of fire, and he's always ranked in the top 60. However, he's only ranked 69th today. How did he get eliminated? Was he defeated? I think so. Unless he encountered someone from the profound Nether Mansion, he shouldn't have been killed. Moreover, even someone from the profound Nether Mansion might not be able to kill him before he crushed his accumulative point jade. That's right. I'm afraid Zhou Hongjie is the only one in the profound Nether Mansion who's capable of killing Senior Gong Sunjing before he crushed his accumulative point jade. However, Zhou Hongjie's points didn't change at all. The disciples from the Azure Green Mansion discussed among themselves. Most of them felt Gong Sunjing was only eliminated and not killed. Look, while the crowd was discussing fervently among themselves, a sharp-eyed disciple of the Azure Green Manor stared intently at a name on the scoreboard. That name was in the 93rd place just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, it has already risen to the 52nd place? It's that disciple from the profound Nether Mansion called Duan Lingtian. He originally had 6 points, but after Senior Gong Sunjing's name disappeared from the scoreboard, his points have increased to 19. Moreover, he's ranked 52nd now. Another Azure Green Mansion disciple exclaimed. As soon as the Azure Green Mansion disciple finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. They had noticed the name Duan Lingtian earlier. After all, he was a person who had entered the top 100 of the scoreboard. For this reason, they were surprised by the sudden appearance of such a person in the profound Nether Mansion. After all, they had never heard of such a person in the profound Nether Mansion. For this reason, they assumed Duan Lingtian was not well known in the profound Nether Mansion and was only lucky to be ranked in the top 100. Based on the changes in the scoreboard, it was obvious Gong Sunjing from the Azure Green Mansion was eliminated by Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion. Senior Gong Sunjing was eliminated by a disciple from the profound nether mansion. Will he be fine? After all, among all the 10 directions celestial dukes under the age of 1,000 in the profound nether mansion, only Zhou Hongjia and 2 other 10 directions celestial dukes who have comprehended 6 profundities and are in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity are capable of killing him. The 2 of them are only slightly stronger than senior brother Gong Sunjing. They don't have the ability to prevent senior brother Gong Sunjing from crushing the Jade Token. However, we all know the names of those 2 people. This Duan Lingtian is not them. Could it be that Zhou Hongjia and the others used this Duan Lingtian as bait, and then cooperated with this Duan Lingtian to kill senior brother Gong Sunjing? That's impossible. Even if they used a disciple from the profound nether mansion as bait, it's impossible for them to give the points to a disciple from the profound nether mansion. The disciples from the azure green mansion discussed among themselves. None of them knew where this disciple from the profound nether mansion came from since they had just learned of his existence. Let's go in and let the elders see if senior brother Gong Sunjing's soul pearl is still intact, an azure green mansion disciple suggested. Upon hearing his suggestion, many disciples from the azure green mansion walked into the main hall. At the same time, many disciples from the azure green mansion stayed behind. Humph! Even if senior brother Gong Sunjing is eliminated, he won't die in the hands of a disciple from the profound nether mansion. Even Zhou Hongjia might not be able to kill senior brother Gong Sunjing unless he sneaks up on him, let alone a disciple from the profound nether mansion. That's right. If senior brother Gong Sunjing saw Zhou Hongjia, he would have crushed his accumulative point jade immediately. However, these Azure Green Mansion disciples who didn't believe that Gong Sunjing would die soon received a shocking piece of news from a group of Azure Green Mansion disciples who had left and returned. Gong Sunjing's soul pearl had shattered. Gong Sunjing was dead. How's that possible? Impossible. Impossible. How could a disciple from the profound nether mansion be capable of killing senior brother Gong Sunjing? As time passed, more and more people in the Azure Green Mansion learned about Gong Sunjing's death. Although Gong Sunjing was only a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, he was one of the strongest 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Azure Green Mansion. He was a frequent participant in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Therefore, his reputation in the Azure Green Mansion was greater than many celestial kings. For this reason, his death caused a huge commotion in the Azure Green Mansion. A disciple from the profound nether mansion named Duan Lingtian? He killed our Azure Green Mansion's Gong Sunjing? The Azure Green Mansion was in an uproar. Meanwhile, in the profound nether mansion, the 3 sites that led to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were in an uproar as well. Gong Sunjing from the Azure Green Mansion has been eliminated? His points were taken by a disciple from the profound nether mansion? Is it Duan Lingtian? Isn't Duan Lingtian a young man who's not even 100 years old yet? Is he capable of eliminating Gong Sunjing? Gong Sunjing is a 10 Directions Celestial Duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the Law of Fire. Duan Lingtian's ranking on the scoreboard has risen to the 52nd place after eliminating Gong Sunjing. If he only managed to make it into the top 100 due to luck, can he still rely on luck now? Cheating. He must have cheated. Or, did the profound nether mansion hire him to cheat? Cheating? Even if he cheated, why would the profound nether mansion hire an Azure Green Mansion disciple? The disciples from the profound nether mansion were engaged in a heated discussion. At this moment, a disciple from the profound nether mansion suddenly spoke up. His voice that was laced with celestial origin energy drowned out everyone else's voices. Although the profound nether mansion and the Azure Green Mansion are like fire and water, I have a childhood friend who lives in the Azure Green Mansion. Earlier, he sent me a message telling me that Gong Sunjing from the Azure Green Mansion has died. He was killed by Duan Lingtian. He even asked me when the profound nether mansion found someone capable of killing Gong Sunjing in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As soon as the profound nether mansion's disciple finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. A few disciples from the profound nether mansion stared at the name that was ranked 52nd in shock. Duan Lingtian. He killed Gong Sunjing? In the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, all external forces, including celestial weapons, are prohibited. One can only use one's celestial origin energy, soul energy, and profundities to fight. If he killed Gong Sunjing, doesn't that mean he's stronger than Gong Sunjing? Is that possible? He's not even 100 years old. Patrol Inspector Chi, where did you find such a monster? Apart from the Azure Green Mansion, the profound Nether Mansion was shocked as well. At this moment, the name Duan Lingtian resounded in the profound Nether Mansion. At the same time, the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion discovered something. Since they had never heard of Duan Lingtian before, it meant he had only joined the profound Nether Mansion recently. This explained why Duan Lingtian was only an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion despite his strength. However, when they found out that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, they were all dumbfounded and fell silent. Duan Lingtian? Apart from the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion and Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors who brought Duan Lingtian to the profound Nether Mansion, there was another person in the profound Nether Mansion who knew about Duan Lingtian's background. This person was none other than Bihai Mingfeng, the other inspector of the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian was sent into the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm by Inspector Qi. He's ranked 52nd on the scoreboard. He even killed Gong Sunjing. Upon hearing this, Bihai Mingfeng immediately went to look for Qi Tianming. Senior Uncle Qi, what's going on? I met Duan Lingtian when the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened. At that time, he was only a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. It's only been such a short time, but he's already strong enough to kill Gong Sunjing in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and is ranked 52nd on the scoreboard. Bihai Mingfeng was usually gentle and refined. He was rarely emotional. However, at this very moment, he had completely lost his composure. He could not figure it out at all. How could a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial achieve such a monstrous feat in just a few years? The Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. In the face of Bihai Mingfeng's insistence to get to the bottom of the matter, Qi Tianming only replied with these 4 words. The Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit? Bihai Mingfeng's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Qi Tianming in shock. Don't tell me the rumor that some people in the Southern Heaven territory were tricked by a reincarnated celestial emperor into going to the Yin Huang Heaven as a sacrifice to the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit tree is true? Bihai Mingfeng did not dare to confirm the rumor since he had only heard about it. Moreover, he had never heard of anyone in the profound Nether Mansion being tricked by a reincarnated celestial emperor into going to the Yin Huang Heaven. However, when he thought about how Duan Lingtian had achieved so much in just a few years, he had no choice but to believe the rumor. Duan Lingtian was tricked into going to the Yin Huang Heaven as well. Moreover, he even managed to snatch the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit right under the nose of a reincarnated celestial emperor. Bihai Mingfeng sucked in a cold breath. He's not the only one. Ling Jueyun from the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect and Murong Xiao from the Murong clan were also tricked into going to the Yin Huang Heaven. Qi Tianming said. However, Murong Xiao is dead. The 2 Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruits were obtained by Duan Lingtian and Ling Jue. Ling Jueyun didn't return from the Yin Huang Heaven. His soul pearl in the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect didn't shatter as well. When Qi Tianming learned that Duan Lingtian had obtained the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit from Sunliang Pong, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he had investigated the matter. Chapter 31-34. The 2 of them managed to snatch the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruits from under the nose of a reincarnated celestial emperor? How did they do it? Bihai Mingfeng was in disbelief. Even if the reincarnated celestial emperor's cultivation base was ordinary, he was confident he could control the situation since he dared to trick so many people. Under such circumstances, if the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruits bore fruit, he was almost certain he would be able to obtain them. However, Qi Tianming's words made Bihai Mingfeng speechless. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun managed to snatch the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruits from under the nose of a reincarnated celestial emperor? I'm afraid they're the only ones who know. Bihai Mingfeng nodded. That so-called reincarnated immortal emperor, could it be one of them? Bihai Mingfeng's eyes glinted as he speculated. I've thought about it as well. I've investigated this matter. Duan Lingtian can't be the reincarnated celestial emperor. After all, he hasn't left the Simplicity celestial sect. It's impossible for him to invite so many people to the Yin Huang heaven. Qi Tianming shook his head and said, as for Ling Jueyun, I've investigated him in the Cloud Platform celestial sect as well. He only left the Cloud Platform celestial sect once, when he went to the Yin Huang heaven. Based on the time he left, it's impossible for him to invite so many people to the Yin Huang heaven. If Bihai Mingfeng could think of it, how could Qi Tianming not think of it? What a surprise! Bihai Mingfeng muttered to himself. Upon hearing Qi Tianming's words, Bihai Mingfeng knew he had overthought things. However, he could not hide the shock on his face. He did not expect this. He did not expect the two little fellows he had met at the scaling cloud lake to obtain such heaven-defying fortuitous encounters in just a few years. Senior Uncle Qi, are you the one who invited Duan Lingtian to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Bihai Mingfeng could not help but ask when he recalled Duan Lingtian was in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. No. Qi Tianming shook his head. Qi Tianming shook his head with a bitter smile. I brought Duan Lingtian here to introduce him to the Imperial Tutor Palace. You want him to join the Imperial Tutor Pavilion and become the first Imperial Tutor in the profound Nether Mansion in the past 30,000 years? Bihai Mingfeng knew Duan Lingtian's intention. Based on Duan Lingtian's strength at such a young age, it would be a piece of cake for him to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian was now a monster. Even in the top 10 clans and top 5 sects, no one at his age could be compared with him. Yes. Qi Tianming nodded and continued. Then, that person from the Imperial Tutor Palace set a test for him. Bihai Mingfeng quietly listened to Qi Tianming's words. He wanted to know what test the person from the Imperial Tutor Pavilion set for Duan Lingtian. He wants Duan Lingtian to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. If Duan Lingtian manages to rank first 12 times in a row, he'll be allowed to join the Imperial Tutor Pavilion and become the first Imperial Tutor in the profound Nether Mansion in the past 30,000 years. When Qi Tianming mentioned the test, Bihai Mingfeng was so shocked that he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. If he was not mistaken, Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old yet, right? Even the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion from 30,000 years ago would not have been able to pass such a test, right? In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Gong Sunjing from the Azure Green Mansion only has 13 points to rank 69th on the scoreboard. Now that I have 19 points, I should be able to rank in the top 60. Before entering the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Duan Lingtian had memorized everyone's points on the scoreboard. Based on his current points, he should be able to rank in the top 55. After all, he had just entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm not too long ago, so his ranking should not have changed much. Duan Lingtian didn't know that his appearance had caused the scoreboard that was originally like a pool of stagnant water to undergo a shocking change. In the past, the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm would not change much at the end of the month. However, due to Duan Lingtian's appearance, the scoreboard had changed a lot even though the month had almost ended. In the next 3 days, although Duan Lingtian brazenly flew across different terrains in the sky, he did not encounter any opponents at all. This can't go on. How am I supposed to accumulate points without any opponents? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The reason he did not encounter anyone after 3 days was not because everyone was avoiding him. It was because there were fewer and fewer people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Most of them had already entered and left the middle realm. After passing through a forest, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He saw a familiar valley in the distance. This valley is identical to the profound Nether Mansion's base. Is this the base of a grade 6 celestial mansion as well? As soon as Duan Lingtian saw the valley, he saw a figure flying out of the valley. The figure happened to see Duan Lingtian as well. The figure was a burly man with a bare upper body. His muscles were bulging from head to toe. When the burly man saw Duan Lingtian, his eyes lit up immediately as he flew toward Duan Lingtian. His body seemed heavy and clumsy, but when he rushed over, his speed was not slow at all. A disciple of the profound nether mansion? When the burly man arrived near Duan Lingtian, he saw the identity token hanging on Duan Lingtian's waist. An outer court disciple? When the burly man saw Duan Lingtian was only an outer court disciple, a frown appeared on his face. Did he come here to sightsee? However, those who came in for sightseeing can also come here safely? Based on what he knew, the profound nether mansion's base was quite far from here. Even a 10-direction celestial duke would need at least a day and a night to reach the middle realm. It was impossible for an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion to reach the middle realm without at least a few days of travel. How is it possible that the burly man did not encounter any opponents in the past few days? Wasn't his luck too good? The martial battle mansion? Duan Lingtian saw the burly man's identity token. The burly man was an inner court disciple of the martial battle mansion. His name was Hung Feng. Hung Feng. Duan Lingtian recalled the names on the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, but Hung Feng's name was not on it. It was clear Hung Feng was not on the scoreboard. Naturally, this did not mean Hung Feng was not strong enough to make it into the scoreboard. Perhaps he had just entered the middle realm and did not have enough points to make it into the scoreboard. The place behind you is the martial battle mansion's base? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Hung Feng. That's right. Hung Feng nodded. Then, a smile appeared on his face as he said, Boy, you're just an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. You're quite lucky to be able to make it this far. However, your luck ends here. Now, are you going to crush your accumulative point, Jade? Or do you want me to beat you up before you crush your accumulative point, Jade? Hung Feng asked. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, unless there was a major conflict between the profound nether mansion and the azure green mansion, the people from the two mansions would not kill each other. Naturally, there were also those who were bloodthirsty and would kill their opponents even if they did not belong to the same celestial mansion. Duan Lingtian had to admit that Hung Feng was not such a person. However, Hung Feng was just as lucky as Hung Feng. Then, please beat me up. Duan Lingtian's narrowed eyes suddenly opened, and a bright light flashed in them. Hung Feng was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to say such a thing. Boy, you've never heard of me? Hung Feng asked in a deep voice. Nope. Duan Lingtian shrugged. Hung Feng's face flushed red when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After all, Hung Feng was a regular in the top 50 of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Therefore, almost everyone who paid attention to the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm knew of him. He had only come out of closed-door cultivation today, so he was late in entering the middle realm. However, he did not expect to encounter a rash disciple who did not pay attention to the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm as soon as he entered the middle realm. Forget it. Why should I be so calculative with an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? It's normal for an outer court disciple to not pay attention to the scoreboard. The moment Hung Feng thought of this, his expression softened. He did not waste any time as he walked toward Duan Lingtian with a sway of his muscular body. Dong, 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 dong. Hung Feng stepped in the air, and with every step he took, there was a loud bang that sounded like the beating of a drum. During this process, with every step he took, a layer of earthy yellow light would explode from his body. It was gorgeous and resplendent. In the end, when he was not far away from Duan Lingtian, the layers of khaki halos shrunk and condensed. In the end, they transformed into layers of solid rock that covered his body like a rock armor. Of course, Hung Feng wasn't just wearing the rock armor. When he was wearing the rock armor, the aura he exuded was completely different. His aura was even more majestic than before, giving Duan Lingtian a sense of pressure. The rock-style profundity? When the khaki light shone on Hung Feng's body, Duan Lingtian knew Hung Feng had cast the law of Earth's rock-style profundity. After all, he had first come into contact with the laws of Earth. Although he had not comprehended the profundity of the laws of Earth, he had a deep understanding of the laws of Earth, so he knew many profundities of the laws of Earth in detail. The profundity of rock body in the law of Earth was similar to the profundity of metal body in the law of metal, and the profundity of fire body in the law of fire. Of course, because the laws of earth were adept in defense, the user's defense would be strengthened greatly after he utilized the profundities of the laws of earth. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When Hung Feng was not far away from Duan Lingtian, he opened his hands wide and released his celestial origin energy that was infused with the earth elemental profundity. The earth elemental profundity condensed into stone pillars in the air. Finally, these pillars formed a cage around Duan Lingtian's body, trapping him inside. At the same time, a huge pressure enveloped Duan Lingtian. Gravitational space profound. Chapter 31-35. The gravitational space profundity was one of the profundities from the law of earth that Duan Lingtian had come into contact with. In fact, he even knew the weak points of the gravitational space profundity. The distortion profundity. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body through his 99 heavenly veins when he faced the gravitational space profundity and the cage that was shrinking. As soon as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body, it merged perfectly with the space elemental profundity. With 99 heavenly veins, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy was much faster than ordinary people. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body and merged with the space elemental profundity before he cast the distortion profundity. Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as the distortion profundity was cast, the space around Duan Lingtian began to distort and vibrate again. The gravitational force that shrouded Duan Lingtian disappeared without a trace. Naturally, this was not because Hung Feng had withdrawn the gravitational force from Duan Lingtian. Instead, it was because Duan Lingtian had used the distortion profundity to shatter the gravitational force on Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the space around Duan Lingtian was affected by the distortion profundity. Ordinary forces would not be able to get close to him. Territory profundity. Duan Lingtian cast another profundity from the law of space, the territory profundity, when the cage was only 7 to 8 meters away from him. In just a blink of an eye, the space domain expanded. The space energy inside the domain combined with the distorting power Upanishad rolled toward the cage. Apparently, he wanted to break the cage directly. At this moment, Hung Feng finally regained his senses. He's a 10-direction celestial duke. These two profundities, are they the distortion profundity and the territory profundity from the law of space? Hung Feng's strength was higher than Gongsun Jing, whom Duan Lingtian had killed. Naturally, his eyesight was not inferior to Gongsun Jing's as well. For this reason, when Hung Feng used Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy to confirm Duan Lingtian's cultivation base, he was able to identify the profundity of the law of space that Duan Lingtian had cast. Hung Feng's expression darkened immediately. Vibration profundity. With just a thought, a kite energy appeared above the cage formed by the gravitational space profundity. It was similar to the distortion profundity from the law of space. Although Hung Feng's profundity, he did not have the profundity of space, the law of space profundity, Duan Lingtian's territory profundity, and the distortion profundity. In the next moment, boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions rang in the air as the cage formed by Hung Feng's gravitational space profundity was crushed by Duan Lingtian's power. In just a blink of an eye, the cage was reduced to dust. However, even though it had turned into powder that filled the sky, it only took a moment for the powder to once again condense into the cage from before. Moreover, the cage shrunk rapidly. It was clear Hung Feng was trying to trap Duan Lingtian inside. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. A faint smile appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, "The recovery profundity. Interesting." That was right. After Hung Feng's cage was crushed by Duan Lingtian's power, it was able to recover so quickly because Hung Feng had cast the law of Earth's recovery profundity at this moment. The recovery profundity was the only recovery profundity in the law of Earth. Not only could it restore one's own celestial origin energy that had been fused with the Earth elemental profundity, but it could also restore everything that had been fused with the Earth elemental profundity. For example, the cage formed by the gravitational space profundity could be repaired by the recovery profundity. Up until now, Hung Feng, an inner court disciple of the martial battle mansion, had cast 5 profundities from the law of earth: the earth elemental profundity, the rock style profundity, the gravitational space profundity, the vibration profundity, and the recovery profundity. I, Hung Feng, have underestimated you. I didn't expect an outer court disciple like you would possess such strength. Hung Feng's loud voice rang in the air. However, if this is all you've got, I advise you to crush your accumulative point jade obediently. As soon as Hung Feng finished speaking, the cage formed by the gravitational space profundity continued to shrink toward Duan Lingtian. It was getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Hung Feng's vibration profundity was fully unleashed. It was on par with Duan Lingtian's distortion profundity. Although Duan Lingtian's distortion profundity was boosted by the territory profundity, it was boosted by the territory profundity. Hung Feng's vibration profundity was boosted by the gravitational space profundity and the rock-style profundity. The teleportation profundity. As soon as Hung Feng finished speaking, Duan Lingtian vanished from his spot with just a thought. Hung Feng's eyes widened in shock. At the same time, Duan Lingtian appeared behind Hung Feng. He narrowed his eyes as a restrictive energy shrouded Hung Feng, trapping him within it. This was the law of space's restraining profundity that Duan Lingtian had cast. The territory profundity, the distortion profundity. At the same time, Duan Lingtian cast the 2 profundities from the law of space again. The space profundity swept toward Hung Feng as though it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The space profundity seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. All of this was too sudden for Hung Feng. Even then, when Duan Lingtian's space profundity shrouded Hung Feng, a layer of translucent crystal appeared on his rock armor. The crystal wall profundity. This was the defense profundity from the law of earth. At this critical moment, Hung Feng cast the 6th profundity from the law of earth that he had comprehended. At this moment, the strength that Hung Feng displayed was no longer inferior to the Azure Green Mansion's inner court disciple, Gong Sunjing, who was killed by Duan Lingtian. Boom, 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 boom. When Duan Lingtian's energy landed on Hung Feng's body, it only managed to shatter the crystal. The remaining energy only managed to crack the rock armor on Hung Feng's body. Barf. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Hung Feng finally managed to catch his breath. A powerful repulsive force swept out from his body. It was the repulsive force from the gravitational space profundity. Coupled with the vibration profundity, it swept out in all directions, causing the space that Duan Lingtian had shackled to tremble slightly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's energy collided with Hung Feng's energy. Both of them were equally matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Recovery profundity. However, when Hung Feng cast the law of Earth's recovery profundity, not only did it repair Hung Feng's rock armor and crystal barrier, but it also strengthened his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the Earth elemental profundity. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was at a disadvantage. The space elemental profundity, the distortion profundity, the territory profundity, the confinement profundity, and the teleportation profundity. When did the profound nether mansion have a 10-direction celestial duke like you? Although Hung Feng had the upper hand, his expression was solemn. He had never heard of such a person in the profound nether mansion before this. He was certain there was no doubt about it. If there was such a person in the profound nether mansion, even if he had not entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm before, he was certain Hung Feng was not a nobody. This was because he had not comprehended an ordinary law. Instead, he had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space. In other words, the difficulty of comprehending 5 profundities from a supreme law, like the law of space, was comparable to comprehending 7 or 8 profundities from an ordinary law. At this moment, Hung Feng was no longer in the mood to force Duan Lingtian to crush his accumulative point jade. When he discovered Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity, he knew it was impossible for him to keep Duan Lingtian here. In fact, Duan Lingtian would be able to escape if his opponent was not a 10-direction celestial duke who had comprehended the law of wind's gale profundity or other speed profundities. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. While Hung Feng was looking at Duan Lingtian with a grim expression on his face, several figures flew out from the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Senior Brother Hung Feng? Who's this person? He's actually able to stand up to Senior Brother Hung Feng. He's a disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. Am I seeing things? He's an outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion? Senior Brother Hung Feng is in such a wretched state because of an outer court disciple? The newcomers were the disciples of the Martial Battle Mansion. They had been in the Martial Battle Mansion's base when they heard the commotion. Although Duan Lingtian and Hung Feng had fought several times, it had only been a short while. I didn't expect you to have comprehended 6 profundities from the law of earth as well. Duan Lingtian looked at Hung Feng with a hint of surprise in his eyes. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not pay any attention to the disciples of the Martial Battle Mansion, even though they were all inner court disciples. Hung Feng's strength was not inferior to Gong Sunjing from the Azure Green Mansion whom he had killed earlier. In fact, Gong Sunjing might not even be a match for Hung Feng. Naturally, if Gong Sunjing wanted to flee, Hung Feng might not be able to catch up to him. After all, Hung Feng's strength was the law of earth. His speed was his weakness. He said Senior Brother Hung Feng has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of earth. Is it possible that Senior Brother Hung Feng has cast 6 profundities from the law of earth in front of him? That might not be the case. Don't forget that Senior Brother Hung Feng isn't a nobody in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. That person must have heard of Senior Brother Hung Feng and knew Senior Brother Hung Feng had comprehended 6 profundities. Can't you see that Senior Brother Hung Feng has cast 6 profundities from the law of earth? Many of the Martial Battle Mansion's inner court disciples who were relatively strong and discerning could tell Hung Feng had cast 6 profundities from the law of earth. Leave. You've comprehended the teleportation profundity from the law of space. I can't keep you here, Hung Feng said in a deep voice. Upon hearing Hung Feng's words, the group of Martial Battle Mansion's inner court disciples was stunned. The teleportation profundity? Chapter 31-36. You can't stop me, but that doesn't mean I can't stop you. Upon hearing Hung Feng's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. In the next instant, the space around Duan Lingtian in the space territory began to stir. It was as though it was preparing for something. After a few moments, a ripping sound could be heard as a spatial tear appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. That's a spatial tear? Heavens! He actually tore a spatial tear? How is he so strong? No, he didn't use his own strength to tear a spatial tear. He used the law of space to tear a spatial tear. To be more precise, he's using the dimensional/profundity from the law of space. When the group of Martial Battle Mansion's disciples were still in shock, a gray saber ray appeared from behind the spatial tear. This blade glow leaped out from behind the spatial crack. It was like a dimensional blade that traversed through another dimension. As soon as it appeared, it seemed to cause everything around it to pale in comparison. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the gray saber ray appeared from behind the spatial tear, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the other profundities from the law of space surged into the saber ray, causing the saber ray to grow rapidly. After the saber ray grew, the aura it emitted became even more terrifying. Although it was not targeted at the group of Martial Battle Mansion's disciples, they still felt suffocated. How powerful! What a terrifying saber ray! So this is the dimensional/profundity from the law of space? The first offensive profundity from the law of space? The group of Martial Battle Mansion's disciples who were not targeted could sense how terrifying the dimensional/profundity was. Naturally, Hung Feng, who was targeted by the dimensional/profundity, could sense how terrifying the gray saber ray was. At this moment, even though Hung Feng had cast the law of Earth's rock-style profundity, crystal barrier profundity, and other profundities from the law of Earth to block the dimensional/profundity, he did not feel safe at all. Defense profundity. Hung Feng took a deep breath before he cast the law of Earth's profundity that he had just comprehended. Numerous yellow talismans appeared around Hung Feng's body and began to revolve around him. Of course, these yellow talismans were a little dim and blurry. It was as if they could not provide much defense for Hung Feng. Senior Brother Hung Feng, has even used the seventh profundity of the law of earth, the defense profundity? The disciples of the martial battle mansion held their breaths. They could see that Hung Feng was using all his strength. Boom! Rumble. Faced with the ferocious dimensional/profundity, Hung Feng used the seventh profundity of the law of earth that he had just comprehended. With a single thought, he combined the vibrational profundity of the law of earth with the gravitational space profundity to form a cage in front of him in an attempt to block the dimensional slash. At this moment, Hung Feng was defending with all his might and attacking with all his might. He did not dare to be careless. At the same time, the celestial origin energy in his body continued to surge out of his body, supporting both his defense and offense. At this moment, Hung Feng had completely fallen into a passive position. You've even comprehended the seventh profundity of the laws of earth, the defense profundity? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw that Hung Feng had even used the defense profound meaning that he had just comprehended. A faint smile appeared on his face as if he didn't care at all. If it's the profound of defense at novice level, he might be able to block my dimensional slash. However, this initial comprehension of the defense profoundness is still insufficient. It was as if he was setting off Duan Lingtian's thoughts. In the void, the dimensional slash whistled through the air, destroying Hung Feng's attack like it was nothing. Then, it continued to fly towards Hung Feng. Although the dimensional slash had consumed some of its energy, it was quickly replenished by Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Of course, only Duan Lingtian, who had 99 heavenly veins, could recover from the dimensional slash in such a short time. Although the dimensional slash did not consume a lot of energy, it did not consume a lot of energy. However, if it was not for someone with 99 heavenly veins, it would not have been possible for him to recover so much energy in such a short time. Buzz, 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 buzz. The dimensional slash tore through the void as though it could destroy everything. The terrifying sound of the saber humming continuously rang in Hung Feng's ears. Although he had put all his energy into defending himself, he was still not confident of winning. The power of the dimensional slash was too strong. The law of space was indeed worthy of being one of the four supreme laws. Although Duan Lingtian had only comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space, he felt like he could defeat Hung Feng, who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of earth and had just comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of earth. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had been defeated while he had put all his energy into defending himself. After all, the law of earth he had comprehended could not be compared to the 4 supreme laws in terms of defense. But now, he had a strong feeling that dimensional slash could break through his defenses, injure him, and even kill him. Moreover, the sense of danger grew stronger as the dimensional slash approached him. In the end, he could not help but feel his head go numb. No. In the face of death, Hung Feng's eyes widened as his aura fluctuated violently. He could no longer maintain his composure. Hung Feng, who was on the brink of death, suddenly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He suddenly felt enlightened and enlightened. The doubts he had regarding the law of Earth's defense profundity had been resolved at this moment. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just as the dimensional slash was about to cut through the yellow talismans that were revolving around Hung Feng, the originally dim and illusory yellow talismans suddenly solidified. With this, the talismans, which were originally vulnerable to the dimensional slash, became Hung Feng's first line of defense and barely managed to stop the dimensional slash. You managed to comprehend the law of Earth's defense profundity under the pressure of my attack? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he saw the situation. However, so what if you've comprehended the law of Earth's defense profundity? The defense profundity is not attached to your body. I can use the law of space's teleportation profundity to send the dimensional slash behind the defense profundity. There's no need for me to be entangled with it. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. The dimensional slash profundity that was in a stalemate with the defense profundity disappeared mysteriously. When it reappeared, it was behind the defense profundity and continued to attack Hung Feng. At this moment, the defense profundity was useless. How is this possible? Hung Feng's expression changed drastically and a look of despair appeared on his face. At this moment, it was already too late for him to withdraw the defense profundity. It was impossible for him to catch up with the speed of the dimensional slash. The dimensional slash landed on the crystalline rock armor on Hung Feng's body. After a short stalemate, it cut through the rock armor as though it was tofu. The law of Earth's crystal wall profundity had completed its mission. Naturally, its sacrifice was not in vain. At the very least, it had offset half of the power of the dimensional slash profundity. After the crystal wall profundity came the rock-style profundity. The rock-style profundity was not the main defensive profundity from the law of Earth. Although it had some defensive properties, it could not be compared to the crystal wall profundity and the defense profundity. For this reason, Hung Feng's face turned deathly pale when the dimensional slash profundity cut through the rock armor's crystal wall. I can't believe I'm going to die in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In desperation, Hung Feng closed his eyes. At this moment, there was nothing he could do to turn the situation around. However, after a few moments, he discovered he did not die as he had expected. Although he felt an icy cold aura on his chest and even felt a burning pain, the dimensional slash that had landed on his body had disappeared at the same time. Buzz. The crisp sound of a saber rang in the air before it disappeared. Hung Feng knew his opponent, the profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple, had shown him mercy. Thank you for sparing my life. Hung Feng opened his eyes and looked at the small wound on his chest. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian gratefully. Those who had not experienced the despair of death would not be able to understand how Hung Feng felt at this moment. It was as though Hung Feng had just walked through the gates of hell. Since you thought you could kill me and had no intention of killing me, naturally, I won't kill you. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, now, it's time for you to hand over your points, right? If Duan Lingtian did not use the transportation profundity to send the dimensional slash profundity behind Hung Feng would have died. It was just as Duan Lingtian had said. Since Hung Feng had no intention of killing him, Duan Lingtian had shown mercy. If Hung Feng had wanted to kill him from the beginning, he would not have held back. Of course, Hung Feng hastily brought out his accumulative point jade. At the same time, he felt a chill run down his spine. His clothes were drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, he could not help but feel relieved that he had not killed indiscriminately. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. No matter what, I owe you a favor. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay you. Hung Feng said to Duan Lingtian before he crushed his accumulative point jade. His tone was sincere, and there was no hint of hypocrisy in it. After Hung Feng was sent away by the transportation formation in his accumulative point jade, Duan Lingtian's accumulative point jade increased by 1 point. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had 20 points in his accumulative point jade. He just came in? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless when he saw Hung Feng had only given him 1 point. After all, Hung Feng was much stronger than Gong Sunjing, who had given him 13 points. This made him feel slightly unbalanced. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he had bumped into Hung Feng when he first came in. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as though he had sensed something. In the next moment, whoosh, Duan Lingtian vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away, blocking the path of a group of Martial Battle Mansion's disciples who were trying to return to the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to return? Duan Lingtian said with a smile as he looked at the group of Martial Battle Mansion's disciples. Chapter 31-37. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, each grade 6 celestial mansion had its own campsite. Only those who had both the identity token of that immortal mansion and the point jade token of that immortal mansion were allowed to enter the encampment. Others were not allowed to enter. If they tried to force their way into the campsites, they would trigger the defensive formation the southern heaven celestial lord had set up. It was impossible for a 10-direction celestial duke to breach the defensive formation. The group of disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion had been staying in the campsite. Regardless of how strong Duan Lingtian was, as long as they did not leave the campsite, it would be impossible for him to break into the campsite. However, they had left the campsite when Duan Lingtian and Hung Feng were fighting. When they saw Duan Lingtian had eliminated Hung Feng, their first thought was to return to the campsite. Unfortunately, as soon as they turned around, Duan Lingtian had already blocked their path and was glaring at them like a tiger watching its prey. They had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength with their own eyes. Even Hung Feng, who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth, was no match for Duan Lingtian. Hung Feng had successfully comprehended the law of earth's defense profundity at the brink of death. They had witnessed this clearly. For this reason, they were shocked that Duan Lingtian was able to defeat Hung Feng, who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth. Even if Hung Feng had not comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth, none of them would have been a match for him, let alone Hung Feng, who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth. However, now that they were faced with Duan Lingtian, who was stronger than Hung Feng, they could not bring themselves to fight him at all. Duan Lingtian, I'm willing to hand over my points. However, before I leave, I have a question for you. Are you really an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion? One of the disciples from the martial battle mansion knew it was impossible for him to return to the campsite under the protection of Duan Lingtian. He took out his accumulative point jade. However, before he crushed his accumulative point jade, he asked Duan Lingtian a question. Are you really an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion? Following his question, the remaining disciples of the martial battle mansion glanced at Duan Lingtian. Obviously, they were all interested in this question.
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded. The martial battle mansion's disciple could not help but curse when he saw Duan Lingtian nodding. The people from the profound Nether Mansion are blind. How can someone like you be an outer court disciple? Duan Lingtian, why don't you leave the profound Nether Mansion and join the martial battle mansion? My father is the vice mansion master of the martial battle mansion. I can ask him to recommend you to the martial battle mansion. If you're willing to join the martial battle mansion, my father will recommend you to become a core disciple of the martial battle mansion. The martial battle mansion's disciple suddenly changed the topic and began to poach the profound Nether Mansion's disciples. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the martial battle mansion's disciples lit up as they looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly. If Duan Lingtian joined the martial battle mansion would have a powerhouse who could dominate the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm in the future. Although Duan Lingtian would not be of much help to them, they could still brag about it in front of the other disciples. I just joined the profound Nether Mansion a few days ago. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said, Thank you for your kind offer, but I won't leave the profound Nether Mansion. Just joined the profound Nether Mansion a few days ago? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the martial battle mansion's disciple tried to dissuade him. However, he could see the determination in Duan Lingtian's voice. The profound Nether Mansion is really lucky, the martial battle mansion's disciple, who claimed to be the son of the vice mansion master of the martial battle mansion, said bitterly as he crushed the accumulative point jade in his hand. Duan Lingtian's accumulative point jade instantly skyrocketed. 29 points? Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised when he saw the number of points on his accumulative point jade. He did not expect the martial battle mansion's disciple would have so many points. After all, not everyone had 9 points. 9 points should be on the scoreboard. Before I came in, there were 2 people with 9 points. One of them is a martial battle mansion's disciple called Lu Xiaozhou. Duan Lingtian recalled the name of the martial battle mansion's disciple who had 9 points on the scoreboard before he entered the heavens burial ground. Lu Xiaozhou. Before Duan Lingtian entered the profound Nether Mansion, Lu Xiaozhou was ranked 78th on the scoreboard. He was one of the 2 people who had 9 points. It was clear Lu Xiaozhou had obtained 9 points earlier than the other person. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he turned to look at the group of martial battle mansion's disciples. A bitter smile could be seen on their faces at this moment. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian was distracted, none of them took the opportunity to flee. None of them dared to take the lead. Based on the current situation, they would only have to give up their points and leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm earlier. Even if they gave up their points, it would not affect them at all since they were ranked outside the top 100. Naturally, they would not be rewarded by the martial battle mansion. The major celestial mansions in the southern heaven ancient realm, including the martial battle mansion, would reward their disciples who were ranked in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, even if they were ranked outside the top 20. Of course, those who were ranked within the top 20 would not only receive preferential rewards, but they would also receive substantial rewards. If they tried to flee, they might infuriate the profound nether mansion's disciple and kill him. For the sake of their lives, they did not dare to act recklessly. Crack, 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 crack. After one of the martial battle mansion's disciples crushed his accumulative point jade, the rest of the martial battle mansion's disciples followed suit. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's accumulative point jade increased to 41 points. At the same time, the group of martial battle mansion's disciples disappeared from Duan Lingtian's sight. I saw the scoreboard before I came in. With 41 points, I'm ranked 45th. Duan Lingtian could still remember the scoreboard. Before he entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he had 50 points while the person ranked 45th only had 36 points. With his current points, he could easily overtake the person ranked 45th and below. The higher one's ranking was, the greater the disparity between the scoreboard and the higher one's ranking was. When Duan Lingtian only had 6 points, he was ranked 93rd. When he had 19 points, he was ranked 52nd. Now that he had 41 points, he was only ranked 45th. His points had doubled, but his ranking on the scoreboard had only advanced by a few places. Before Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he was shocked when he saw his ranking on the scoreboard. The 50th place on the scoreboard was a watershed. Even if the top 50 were ranked close to each other, there would still be a gap of 3 places between them. On the other hand, the gap between the top 50 was very small. Those who are ranked in the top 50 must have comprehended at least 6 profundities and are in the process of comprehending a 7th profundity. Moreover, they must be the cream of the crop. Such people can easily defeat most people in the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the past, it would have been difficult for Hung Feng to rank in the top 50. However, with his strength, there's a high chance he'll rank in the top 50 from next month onward. Duan Lingtian thought there was a high chance Hung Feng would rank in the top 50 because Hung Feng had comprehended the law of earth. Although Hung Feng had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth, his speed was still his shortcoming. For those who comprehended the law of wind, even if they only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, as long as their second profundity was the gale profundity or another speed profundity, as long as they were not careless, they would be able to escape unscathed from Hung Feng. Of course, Hung Feng can also find someone who is faster but weaker than him to help him. That way, he'll have a chance to defeat his opponent, Duan Lingtian said. Although Hung Feng's speed was slow, he could easily find a helper from the martial battle mansion to help him. With this, it would be much easier for Hung Feng to rank in the top 50. In the martial battle mansion, it was a grade 6 celestial mansion just like the profound nether mansion. There were a few transporting formations in the martial battle mansion that led to the southern heaven ancient realm. When Hung Feng appeared miserably at one of the teleportation points, the person at the teleportation point was naturally very surprised. Hung Feng, you're injured? A group of elders and disciples from the martial battle mansion gasped when they saw the inch-deep wound on Hung Feng's chest. Hung Feng had comprehended the law of earth. In the martial battle mansion, his defense was invincible against those below the celestial king realm. However, not only was Hung Feng eliminated, but he was also injured. It was clear someone had breached his defense. Hung Feng, who breached your defense? One of the elders asked in shock. Is it Lung Yunyu from the Green Spirit Mansion or Lu Ji from the Hanqing Mansion? The elders from the martial battle mansion asked this question because there were only a handful of people in the southern heaven ancient realm. There were less than 30 Ten Directions celestial dukes from the various celestial mansions who were capable of breaching Hung Feng's defense. In the past few days, only Lung Yunyu from the Green Spirit Mansion and Lu Ji from the Hanqing Mansion had managed to break through Hung Feng's defense with a change in points. Neither of them. Hung Feng shook his head as he looked at the scoreboard. A wry smile appeared on his face when he saw the names that had suddenly entered the top 50. It seems like they didn't make it back to the campsite. Hung Feng had a hunch about this. At this moment, a figure appeared at the transporting formations. It was none other than the Martial Battle Mansion's disciple who had crushed his accumulative point jade in front of Duan Lingtian. Little Zhou, why are you here? The eyes of the Martial Battle Mansion's elder widened in shock when he saw the person who had just appeared. At the same time, he discovered the person who had just appeared was none other than Hung Feng. Chapter 31-38. Lu Xiaozhou was the son of one of the vice mansion masters in the Martial Battle Mansion. Although he was not as strong as Hung Feng, he had comprehended 5 profundities from the law of metal and was in the process of comprehending the 6th profundity from the law of metal. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Lu Xiaozhou's best result was to rank 69th on the scoreboard and enter the top 70. After all, this was a rare achievement for a 10 Directions Celestial Duke who had only comprehended 5 profundities from a law. Naturally, this was due to the fact that Lu Xiaozhou had comprehended the law of metal. If he had comprehended the law of earth, he might not even be able to rank in the top 80, let alone the top 70. Earlier, the people in the transporting formation saw Lu Xiaozhou ranked 78th on the scoreboard. Lu Xiaozhou's ranking on the scoreboard was 78th. For Lu Xiaozhou, this could only be considered average. However, Lu Xiaozhou could still stay in there for 3 more days, so it was not impossible for him to obtain a better ranking. Many people were looking forward to seeing Lu Xiaozhou's performance. Who would have thought that after Hung Feng, Lu Xiaozhou would also be eliminated? Both of them were eliminated one after another. That person even defeated senior brother Hung Feng. I didn't even need to fight with him since I knew what was good for me. Lu Xiaozhou shrugged when he heard the elder's question. As soon as Lu Xiaozhou finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. The Martial Battle Mansion's elder who asked Lu Xiaozhou finally regained his senses. He took a deep breath and asked, "You mean, you were also eliminated by the person who broke through Hung Feng's defense?" Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as the Martial Battle Mansion's elder finished speaking, 2 more figures appeared. It was clear they were also eliminated from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. 2 more people were eliminated? There are only a dozen people left in the Martial Battle Mansion, right? In less than 15 minutes, 4 people were eliminated from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This was rare in the Martial Battle Mansion. Don't tell me both of you were eliminated by the person who eliminated Hung Feng and Xiaozhou as well? The elder asked in shock as he looked at the 2 disciples who were eliminated from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, the 4 of them were eliminated in such a short period of time. This was unlikely to be a coincidence.
Yes.
Under the shocked gazes of the Martial Battle Mansion's elders and disciples, the 2 Martial Battle Mansion's elders nodded in agreement. Actually, there were 7 people who were eliminated along with us. They must have entered the middle realm through another transporting formation. That's why they weren't sent here. As soon as this person finished speaking, the entire crowd fell into a deathly silence again. There were still 7 people who had been eliminated. In other words, 11 people, including Hung Feng and Lu Xiaozhou, had been eliminated in just 15 minutes. Moreover, they were all eliminated by the same person. After eliminating us, he has already entered the top 50. Lu Xiaozhou's gaze fell on the light screen of the scoreboard not far away, and he sighed with a bitter smile. The elders and disciples of the Martial Battle Mansion immediately shifted their attention to the ranking after hearing Lu Xiaozhou's words. With a glance, their gazes converged on the name that was ranked 45th. They had paid attention to the people who were previously ranked in the top 50 and had an impression of them. However, this name had only appeared there now. Naturally, some of them had noticed this name as well. If I'm not mistaken, this name only has 19 points. He's a disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. However, we've never heard of such a person in the Profound Nether Mansion before. One of the Martial Battle Mansion's disciples said, "That's right. I've never heard of such a person before. Duan Lingtian? Since when did the Profound Nether Mansion have such a person? Is he a hidden trump card of the Profound Nether Mansion?" At this moment, the people from the Martial Battle Mansion finally realized who Duan Lingtian was. The person who had defeated Hung Feng and eliminated Lu Xiaozhou and the others was none other than Duan Lingtian. What did it mean for him to be able to break through Hung Feng's defenses? This meant Duan Lingtian was in the top 50. The profound Nether Mansion's disciple was definitely strong enough to rank in the top 30. Are all of you really eliminated by him alone? The Martial Battle Mansion's elder who had questioned Lu Xiaozhou earlier asked in disbelief. He had assumed Hung Feng was eliminated by Long Yunyu from the Green Spirit Mansion or Lu Ji from the Hanqing Mansion. After all, they were the only people in the Middle Realm who were capable of defeating Hung Feng. However, Hung Feng denied it. When Lu Xiaozhou and the others returned, Lu Xiaozhou told them that the person who had eliminated them was none other than Duan Lingtian, a disciple from the profound Nether Mansion. He found this hard to believe. It's normal that we haven't heard of him. He told me he only joined the profound Nether Mansion a few days ago. Moreover, the identity token on his waist is only an outer court disciple's identity token, Lu Xiaozhou said. For this reason, I think the profound Nether Mansion must have hired him as an external helper. Moreover, I'm afraid this external helper has a powerful background. Lu Xiaozhou's eyes glinted brightly when he finished speaking. As soon as he crushed his accumulative point jade, he boldly extended his divine consciousness to probe Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. Due to this, he discovered something shocking. He discovered Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. He was not even 100 years old, but he had defeated Hung Feng, who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth. What did this mean? Lu Xiaozhou was certain of this. If he had not personally investigated Duan Lingtian's age, he would not have believed Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. Even he would not have believed it if someone told him Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. For this reason, he did not intend to reveal this matter to anyone. Unless someone else discovered it, he would only say it out loud. Otherwise, no one would believe him even if he said it out loud. It was meaningless. He joined the profound Nether Mansion a few days ago, an outer court disciple. Upon hearing Lu Xiaozhou's words, realization dawned on the Martial Battle Mansion's elders and disciples. Hung Feng, what law did that person comprehend? Since he was able to breach your defenses, he must have comprehended an offensive law, right? The Martial Battle Mansion's elder looked at Hung Feng curiously. Apart from that, he must have comprehended at least 7 profundities from the law of earth, right? Upon hearing the Martial Battle Mansion's elder's words, everyone, including Lu Xiaozhou, turned to look at Hung Feng. Although Lu Xiaozhou knew Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of space, he did not know how many profundities Duan Lingtian had comprehended from the law of space. Since he was not familiar with the law of space, and he was not the one who had fought Duan Lingtian, he did not know how many profundities Duan Lingtian had used from the law of space. I don't know how many profundities he has comprehended from the law of earth, but he defeated me with 7 profundities from the law of earth. Hung Feng replied. Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, had used 6 profundities from the law of space when they fought. When Duan Lingtian had used the cross-dimensional profundity, Hung Feng, who had comprehended the defense profundity, thought he would be able to block Duan Lingtian's attack. Who would have thought Duan Lingtian would use the law of space's transportation profundity to bypass his defense profundity and attack him? With that, Hung Feng's defense profundity would be rendered useless. Duan Lingtian used 7 profundities. It's not surprising that you were defeated. As long as the profundities Duan Lingtian comprehended from the law of wind, the law of metal, the law of fire, the law of thunder, and the law of destruction are not weak, they'll be able to break through your defense. The Martial Battle Mansion's elder knew Hung Feng's strength very well, so he made such a decision. Elder Yun, I'm afraid you're unaware that senior brother Hung Feng's defense was breached after he comprehended the defense profundity. Before Hung Feng could reply, Lu Xiaozhou had already spoken. What? Upon hearing Lu Xiaozhou's words, the elder from the Martial Battle Mansion was shocked. Hung Feng has comprehended the defense profundity? Based on his knowledge, Hung Feng had only comprehended 6 profundities from the law of earth. As for the 7th profundity, the defense profundity, he had only just begun to comprehend it. However, based on Lu Xiaozhou's words, Hung Feng had comprehended the defense profundity? Hung Feng, the elder from the Martial Battle Mansion, turned to look at Hung Feng, hoping to get an answer from him.
Yes.
Hung Feng nodded. Speaking of which, I have to thank him. When I fought with him, I comprehended the defense's profound meaning at the brink of death. As for him, it was only after I comprehended the defense profundity that he used the seventh profundity of the law he comprehended. Otherwise, he would have been able to defeat me with just 6 profundities. Fear still lingered in Hung Feng's heart when he recalled how powerful Duan Lingtian's attack was at that time. You're saying he only used 6 profundities to break through your defense before you comprehended the defense profundity? He only used 7 profundities to break through your defense after you comprehended the defense profundity? The martial battle mansion's elder's eyes narrowed as he gasped. The other elders and disciples from the martial battle mansion who were aware of Hung Feng's strength gasped as well. Is it possible that he has comprehended the supreme law? Another elder from the martial battle mansion asked with a solemn expression on his face. In his opinion, even if someone who had comprehended the law of wind, the law of metal, the law of thunder, the law of destruction, or any of the other laws could not break through Hung Feng's defense when he had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth. After all, 2 of the profundities from the law of earth that Hung Feng had comprehended were defensive profundities. On top of that, Hung Feng had also comprehended the law of Earth's rock body technique. For this reason, he made a bold guess. Chapter 31-39. After all, the 4 supreme laws were mysterious and powerful. Although not all of the 4 supreme laws were offensive laws, some of their mysteries were so strange that they could often ignore the defenses of the law of earth. For this reason, the elders from the martial battle mansion came to such a conclusion. Elder Lu, you're right. That person has comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space. Lu Xiaozhou said in a timely manner. The law of space. Upon hearing Lu Xiaozhou's words, apart from those who had just come out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the people from the martial battle mansion were shocked. A 10 directions celestial duke who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space? Moreover, he's not even 1,000 years old? Where did the profound nether mansion find such a monstrous person? Many of the elders and disciples from the martial battle mansion gasped. They must have paid a hefty price to recruit someone like that, right? Is it worth it for the profound nether mansion to do this? Many people voiced their doubts. When you find out that Duan Lingtian is not even 100 years old, you'll be so shocked that you won't be able to recover from your shock. Lu Xiaozhou thought to himself as he glanced at the elders and disciples from the martial battle mansion. At the same time, he sent a message to his father. Others might not believe his words, but he knew that his father would definitely believe him. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion who's not even 100 years old, is a 10 directions celestial duke? Moreover, he has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space? Lu Xiaozhou's father, one of the vice mansion masters of the martial battle mansion, was stunned when he received Lu Xiaozhou's message. Father, do you think that such an existence could be from the upper 7 regions? Lu Xiaozhou asked through the message transmission. However, because his father was too shocked by his previous message, his father was still in a daze when he received the message. Meanwhile, news of 11 people, including Hung Feng and Lu Xiaozhou, being eliminated from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm by the same person caused a huge commotion in the martial battle mansion. The people from the martial battle mansion were even more shocked when they learned that Hung Feng had comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of earth, the defense profundity. After Hung Feng comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of earth, the defense profundity, I'm afraid there are only a handful of people in the southern heaven ancient realm who are capable of breaching his defenses, right? Yes. I'm afraid only a few 10 directions celestial dukes who have comprehended 8 profundities from the law of earth would be able to break through Hung Feng's defense. Most importantly, that person was hired by the profound nether mansion. Don't tell me the profound nether mansion has hired someone to rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Right now, there are only a few days left before the scoreboard is reset. No matter how strong that person is, it's impossible for him to enter the top 30 unless he encounters Lung Yunyu from the Green Spirit Mansion or Lu Ji from the Hanqing Mansion. That's right. If he defeats Lu Ji and obtains Lu Ji's points, he'll be able to enter the top 30. If he encounters Long Yunyu and defeats him, he'll be able to enter the top 10. Although the middle realm of the Southern Heaven territory isn't vast, it'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack for him to encounter Long Yunyu and Lu Ji in just a few days. Currently, the people from the Martial Battle Mansion thought Duan Lingtian was hired by the Profound Nether Mansion. Otherwise, how could such a powerful person be an outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion? In the history of the Southern Heaven territory, many Grade 6 celestial mansions had hired outsiders to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, most of them had only hired outsiders to help the Grade 6 celestial mansions rank in the top 20. None of the Grade 6 celestial mansions had hired outsiders who were strong enough to rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. For this reason, Duan Lingtian, who was hired by the Profound Nether Mansion, had attracted a lot of attention from the Martial Battle Mansion after he breached the defense of Hong Feng, who had comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Earth. In fact, many people who did not pay much attention to the scoreboard began to pay attention to Duan Lingtian's ranking. There are only a few days left before the scoreboard is reset. I wonder how many places Duan Lingtian will advance this month. At this moment, a large group of people had gathered at the transporting formations in the Martial Battle Mansion that led to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Many of them were looking at the name that was ranked 45th on the scoreboard. At this moment, it was as though the name that was ranked first was not as attractive as the name that was ranked 45th. While the Martial Battle Mansion was shocked by Duan Lingtian, the other Grade 6 celestial mansions who were paying attention to Duan Lingtian were shocked as well. In the Profound Nether Mansion, the other Grade 6 celestial mansions were also shocked by Duan Lingtian's performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As a Grade 6 celestial mansion where Duan Lingtian resided, it was only natural that Duan Lingtian's name was in the top 50. When Duan Lingtian first arrived at the transporting formations in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, many people thought Duan Lingtian was only there for sightseeing. They thought so because Duan Lingtian was personally escorted there by Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion, and because Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. How could a young man who was not even 100 years old enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to compete on the scoreboard if he was not there for sightseeing? Soon after, Duan Lingtian entered the top 100. At that time, some people thought Duan Lingtian had cheated, but most of them thought Duan Lingtian was just lucky. Then, Duan Lingtian killed Gongsun Jing, an inner court disciple from the Azure Green Mansion, one of the Profound Nether Mansion's enemies, and rose to the 52nd place. At this moment, the people who thought Duan Lingtian had cheated and Duan Lingtian's luck had disappeared. Instead, they were discussing Duan Lingtian's background. There were 3 transporting formations in the Profound Nether Mansion that led to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At this moment, the 3 transporting formations in the Profound Nether Mansion were even more crowded than the transporting formations in the Martial Battle Mansion. This was especially true at the transporting formation where Duan Lingtian entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Many people were asking the elder who had helped Duan Lingtian obtain the accumulative point jade. Elder, is Duan Lingtian really not even 100 years old? Elder, is there anything special about Duan Lingtian? Is he even human? Elder, when you helped Duan Lingtian obtain the accumulative point jade, did you expect him to achieve such a result? At this moment, the elder from the Profound Nether Mansion who helped Duan Lingtian obtain the accumulative point jade was akin to a celebrity from Earth in Duan Lingtian's past life. He was surrounded by reporters who bombarded him with questions. Duan Lingtian is the external help Inspector Qi found? Patrol Inspector Qi, where did you find such external help? As time passed, most of the people in the Profound Nether Mansion no longer doubted Duan Lingtian's strength. After all, many of the elders from the Profound Nether Mansion were on good terms with the elders from the Martial Battle Mansion. Therefore, they learned about Duan Lingtian's shocking feat of eliminating 11 people from the Martial Battle Mansion in just 15 minutes. Among the 11 people from the Martial Battle Mansion, there were also Hong Feng and Liu Xiaozhou, 2 people who could enter the top 100 every month. Duan Lingtian comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Space. Hong Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion had cast 7 profundities from the Law of Earth, including the crystal barrier profundity and the defense profundity. However, Duan Lingtian still managed to break through his defenses. If Duan Lingtian didn't show mercy, Hung Feng would have died. Hung Feng was almost killed by Duan Lingtian even after he comprehended the defense profundity. Heavens! Apart from being a 10-direction celestial duke, Duan Lingtian has comprehended the law of space as well. Moreover, he has comprehended the law of space's profundity as well. Is he really not even 100 years old? The fact that Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old has been confirmed by too many people, to the extent that we have no choice but to believe it. I really wonder where Inspector Chi found such external help. Patrol Inspector Chi might not be able to find such external help, right? I think Lord Mansion Master is the one who sent Inspector Chi here. Inspector Chi is only here to bring Duan Lingtian to the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. That should be the case. More and more people began to think Duan Lingtian was hired by the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion at a great cost. However, what they did not know was that when the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion learned about Duan Lingtian and his performance in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he was stunned. Patrol Inspector Chi, this Duan Lingtian. What's going on? The Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion was a tall, middle-aged man dressed in a dark green robe. He had a dignified expression on his face. After hearing about the Duan Lingtian, he immediately sent a message to Qi Tianming. Because Qi Tianming was the one who brought him here, he knew nothing about it. Prior to this, he did not even know Duan Lingtian existed in the profound Nether Mansion. The eyes of the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion brightened immediately when he learned about the situation from Qi Tianming. It seemed like the profound Nether Mansion was finally going to have a new imperial tutor after 30,000 years. However, when he heard about the test the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had set for Duan Lingtian, the joy on his face froze. Then, he smiled wryly and muttered under his breath, "Grandmaster, why would he set such a test for him? After all, he's not even 100 years old yet." For this reason, the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion left his residence and made his way to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who was in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, was oblivious to all of this. If only there's a map with the locations of the other celestial mansions' bases. That way, I can wait outside their bases. Duan Lingtian, who had tasted the sweetness of victory outside the Martial Battle Mansion's base, planned to find another celestial mansion's base and rob them of their points. Chapter 3140. I haven't seen a single person in the past 2 days and 2 nights, let alone a grade 6 celestial mansion's base. Ever since Duan Lingtian left the Martial Battle Mansion's base, he had not encountered any other grade 6 celestial mansions. However, he could still remember the location of the Martial Battle Mansion's base and the profound Nether Mansion's base. After all, even if he eliminated the people from the profound Nether Mansion, he would not be able to obtain their points. Instead, he would only benefit the people from the other celestial mansions who were closest to the profound Nether Mansion. As for the Martial Battle Mansion's base, he had eliminated 11 people in the past 2 days. Would there be anyone left? Would there be anyone waiting to return to the Martial Battle Mansion's base? Why would the disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion return? Even if they did not return to the base, they would still be sent back to the Martial Battle Mansion. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not waste his time in the Martial Battle Mansion's base. There are only 2 days and 2 nights left before the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm resets. It's obvious there aren't many people left in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack if we want to find more people. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he made his way through the teleportation profundity. At this moment, he no longer harbored any hope of running into anyone else. It seems like I've entered the middle realm too late this month. I think I'll only have 41 points after I leave this place. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he brought out his accumulative point jade and weighed it in his hand. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian arrived at a mountainous forest with steep terrain. In the past, he had to tread carefully when he passed through mountainous forests with such terrain. However, at this moment, he did not think there would be anyone here. Even if there were people here, they would not be strong at all. After all, most of the people who were ranked at the top were no longer in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. About half an hour after Duan Lingtian relaxed, he suddenly came to a halt. At the same time, he saw someone flying toward him. Swoosh! A figure shrouded in a green aura rushed towards him with the momentum of a thunderbolt. As the other party's hands moved, a blade made entirely of wind blades whizzed towards him. Hum! The saber hummed, and a sharp aura instantly enveloped Duan Lingtian. All this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that Duan Lingtian couldn't react in time. After all, Duan Lingtian was completely relaxed just a moment ago. But so what? Teleportation profound? The windblade was only a few meters away from Duan Lingtian. It would only take a moment for the wind blade to land on Duan Lingtian. However, just as the wind blade was about to land on Duan Lingtian's body, Duan Lingtian disappeared with a thought. For a moment, all the wind blades that were condensed from the wind blades slashed through the air. Teleportation? The figure, whose body was wrapped in green chi, suddenly paused. His pupils shrank slightly, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He was skilled in the law of wind. In terms of speed, not many people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were faster than him. Even so, Duan Lingtian had still managed to dodge his attack. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had disappeared from his sight without leaving a trace. What else could it be if this was not the law of space's teleportation profundity? Restraining profundity. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had teleported behind him, cast the law of space's restraining profundity and shackled the area where the man was standing. Territory profundity. At the same time, Duan Lingtian released his spatial territory that enveloped an area of 10 meters around him. With another teleportation, he appeared near the imprisoned figure and shrouded him in his spatial territory. At this moment, the figure turned around and met Duan Lingtian's eyes. Although Duan Lingtian had cast the restraining profundity and the territory profundity on the figure did not seem to be affected at all. The figure's body was shrouded in green chi with tiny wind blades that easily resisted the space energy in Duan Lingtian's space territory. Hanqing Mansion's Lu Ji? As soon as the figure turned around, Duan Lingtian saw the identity token hanging on the figure's waist. At this moment, Duan Lingtian recalled the words of a profound Nether Mansion's disciple he had heard before he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Hanqing Mansion's Lu Ji has only entered the middle realm 5 days ago, but he has already accumulated so many points. Moreover, his points are still increasing. It seems like it won't be difficult for him to rank in the top 30. At that time, it was his first time hearing about Lu Ji. Then, he saw Lu Ji's name on the scoreboard. At that time, Lu Ji was ranked 33rd on the scoreboard with more than 100 points. It would take him less than 20 points to rank in the top 30. If Lu Ji didn't leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he should have been forcefully sent out today. After all, today should be his last day in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. An outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion? Duan Lingtian was looking at Lu Ji's identity token. Lu Ji was also looking at Duan Lingtian's identity token. Duan Lingtian? Lu Ji frowned. He had never heard of anyone in the profound Nether Mansion who had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. The teleportation profundity was one of the most peculiar profundities in the law of space. If an outer court disciple in the profound Nether Mansion had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity, even if he had only comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity and the space elemental profundity, he would not be a nobody. For this reason, Lu Ji was confused. He had never heard of Duan Lingtian before. Apart from the space elemental profundity, the teleportation profundity, the territory profundity, and the restraining profundity, Duan Lingtian had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of space so far. An outer court disciple who had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of space? For such an existence, unless he had never displayed his strength in front of others, he would definitely not be a nameless figure. The distortion profundity, the cross-dimensional / profundity. Lu Ji was still puzzled by the fact that he had never heard of Duan Lingtian before. However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of stopping. He continued to cast the other two profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended, the distortion profundity and the cross-dimensional/profundity. In just a blink of an eye, the space around Lu Ji began to distort. The force of the distortion shattered the tiny wind blades hovering around Lu Ji's body. Rip! A spatial crack appeared in the void, followed by a buzzing sound. A gray blade light swept out from behind the spatial crack. The gray saber ray was the center of attention. Everything in the surroundings seemed to dim in comparison to it. The saber ray's target was Lu Ji. It seemed like it had no intention of slowing down at all. It was not difficult to see that if Lu Ji failed to break free from Duan Lingtian's spatial shackles, he would definitely be killed by the cross-dimensional/profundity. Don't let me see you next month. Lu Ji had a ferocious expression on his face as he spat out these words. Then, he crushed the jade token that he had just taken out. The green light that shrouded Lu Ji managed to block the cross-dimensional/profundity for a brief moment before he was sent out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm by the transportation formation. This was the most humiliating time Lu Ji had ever been eliminated from the southern heaven ancient realm. When he saw Duan Lingtian's identity token, he had assumed Duan Lingtian was just an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. Although it was shocking that an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion had comprehended 3 or 4 profundities from the law of space, it was not enough to threaten him. When he saw Duan Lingtian cast another 2 profundities from the law of space, making a total of 6 profundities from the law of space, he knew he had been careless. He should not have allowed Duan Lingtian to cast so many profundities from the law of space. At this moment, it was too late for him to block Duan Lingtian's attack. Even if he had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, it would be impossible for him to break free from Duan Lingtian's shackles of space in such a short time. It would take time for him to break free from Duan Lingtian's shackles of space. However, he did not have that much time. If he tried to break free from Duan Lingtian's shackles of space, the cross-dimensional/profundity would have landed on him before he could even break free. Moreover, the cross-dimensional/profundity was so fast that he did not have enough time to block it. It was too late. It was too late. For this reason, Lu Ji was left with only one option. He had to crush his accumulative point jade and leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm while he was busy blocking Duan Lingtian's attack. That way, he would be able to escape with his life. Otherwise, he would definitely die. However, even though he had decisively made such a choice, he was still very unwilling to accept it. If he had been prepared, he would have been able to defeat or even kill Duan Lingtian, who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Even if Duan Lingtian had comprehended the teleportation profundity from the law of space, Lu Ji had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. Therefore, he was confident he could catch up to Duan Lingtian's teleportation profundity. If I use my speed to evade his shackles of space and territory, and use my speed to catch up to his teleportation profundity, it won't be difficult for me to defeat or even kill him. In a way, my speed is the bane of his existence. Lu Ji thought to himself as he was sent away by the transporting formation. He was so frustrated that he was on the verge of losing his mind. However, no matter how frustrated he was still eliminated by Duan Lingtian. 113 points? As soon as Lu Ji's accumulative point jade shattered, Duan Lingtian discovered the points in his accumulative point jade had increased by 113 points. Initially, he had 41 points. Chapter 3141. In Hanqing Mansion. At this moment, a figure appeared at one of the portals in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Lu Ji, it's senior brother Lu Ji. Senior brother Lu Ji has come out? It's a pity that senior brother Lu Ji's ranking stopped at the 31st place. However, it's also because senior brother Lu Ji entered later. Otherwise, with senior brother Lu Ji's strength, it would not be difficult for him to enter the top 30. That's right. As soon as Lu Ji appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of many elders and disciples from the Hanqing Mansion. Many of them shifted their attention away from the scoreboard. For this reason, they did not notice Lu Ji's name. As soon as Lu Ji appeared, his name, who was originally ranked 31st, had disappeared from the scoreboard. At the same time, his name, who was originally ranked 30th, had dropped by 1 place. As for the rankings after that, there were some timely changes. The names of those who were ranked after 45th all moved forward by 1 place. In fact, this was a huge change in the scoreboard. However, since most of the people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were focused on Lu Ji, they did not notice the change in the scoreboard. Meanwhile, an uproar broke out in the middle of the other portals in the Han Qing Mansion. Senior brother Lu Ji's name has disappeared. Heavens! Senior brother Lu Ji's name has disappeared. Is he eliminated? Who's strong enough to eliminate him in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Could it be the person who eliminated the Martial Battle Mansion's Hung Feng? That's him. Look, he already has 154 points and is ranked 25th on the scoreboard. It seems like he's the one who eliminated senior brother Lu Ji. Senior brother Lu Ji had 113 points previously, and Lu Ji has 41 points now. With senior brother Lu Ji's points, Lu Ji has 154 points. The group of elders and disciples of the Han Qing Mansion looked at the 25th name on the scoreboard. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Although the owner of this name had eliminated Hung Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion, Hung Feng had comprehended 6 profundities of a law and was in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity of that law, just like Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion. However, Hung Feng had comprehended the law of earth. On the other hand, Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion had comprehended the law of wind. Moreover, he had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. He was much stronger than Hung Feng. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, only a handful of 10 Direction Celestial Dukes would be able to stop Lu Ji. But now, Lu Ji had been eliminated. Duan Lingtian? After Lu Ji came out, he ignored the gazes of the surrounding people. His gaze immediately fell on the scoreboard, and he quickly found the name that he hated to the bone. Immediately, he clenched his fists tightly, and his face became so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. At the same time, the surrounding group of people also noticed that something was wrong from Lu Ji's current state. When they followed Lu Ji's gaze and looked at the scoreboard, their pupils constricted and they all gasped in unison. How is this possible? Senior Lu Ji was also eliminated by Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion. Who's Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion? I've never heard of him before. Is he really an external help the Profound Nether Mansion hired? He must be an external help. If the Profound Nether Mansion has such a person, why did they keep him a secret until this month? It's impossible for such a person to be a nobody in the Profound Nether Mansion. I heard that Duan Lingtian is only an outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. If he's not an external help, how could he be an outer court disciple with his strength? I heard from a friend in the Profound Nether Mansion that Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old. Moreover, he's certain the Profound Nether Mansion hired Duan Lingtian. What? Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old? Impossible. That's impossible. As more and more people spoke, some of them said they had heard that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. However, no one believed them. Lu Ji, is Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion an outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion? When the disciples of the Han Qing Mansion saw Lu Ji's unsightly expression, none of them dared to question him. However, some of the elders from the Han Qing Mansion did not hesitate to ask. Yes, he's an outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. At the very least, his identity token is an outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. Lu Ji replied in a deep voice, "Is he really stronger than you?" Another elder from the Han Qing Mansion asked, If I wasn't careless, he would have been eliminated instead of me." Lu Ji's expression darkened as he stared at Duan Lingtian's name on the scoreboard. He snarled, "If I encounter him again next month, I'll change my surname to his if I don't eliminate him." Lu Ji left as soon as he finished speaking. Lu Ji's words before he left also caused the eyes of the Han Qing Mansion's group to brighten. This was because they could hear the confidence in Lu Ji's tone. This time, Lu Ji's elimination should really be due to his carelessness. After all, Duan Ling Tian had appeared out of thin air. Moreover, the profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple token was hanging on his waist. It was only natural that they would be careless when they saw him. Lu Ji, is he really less than 100 years old? Just as Lu Ji's figure was about to disappear from everyone's sight, another Han Qing Mansion elder asked, a 10 Directions celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Do you think he's younger than 100 years old? Before Lu Ji's figure disappeared in front of everyone, he left behind these words. Of course, the reason why he said this was because he didn't use his divine sense to investigate Duan Lingtian at all. When he discovered Duan Lingtian, he immediately attacked. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought he had originally thought that he could easily capture the person, but he had actually eliminated him. For this reason, he did not notice that Duan Lingtian was younger than 100 years old. For this reason, when he heard someone say Duan Lingtian was younger than 100 years old, his first thought was, ridiculous. Others might not know about Duan Lingtian's strength, but he knew very well about it. After all, Duan Lingtian was a 10 Directions celestial duke who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. How could someone like that be younger than 100 years old? It was impossible. He has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space? After Lu Ji left, the group of Han Qing Mansion's elders and disciples looked at each other. They could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. Although they had expected this outer court disciple from the profound Nether Mansion to be extraordinary, they were prepared for the possibility that he had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. However, it was not as shocking as Lu Ji's words. How difficult was it to comprehend 6 profundities from the law of space? It was not as difficult as comprehending 8 or 9 profundities from an ordinary law. Previously, my friend from the Martial Battle Mansion told me that Duan Lingtian has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems like it's true. A Han Qing Mansion's disciple said at this moment, 7 profundities from the law of space? Are you sure? The rest of the Han Qing Mansion's elders and disciples turned to look at the Han Qing Mansion's disciple who had just spoken. If this was true, it meant that Lu Ji had not underestimated Lu Ji. Did this mean Duan Lingtian did not use his full strength when he eliminated Lu Ji? In that case, even if Lu Ji was not careless, he might not be able to eliminate Duan Lingtian. While the Han Qing Mansion was shocked by the news of Lu Ji's elimination, the other Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory, including the profound Nether Mansion, were similarly shocked. Duan Lingtian, the profound Nether Mansion's disciple, has accumulated more than 150 points and is ranked 25th after just 5 days in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although there are many people who have accumulated more points than him after entering the middle realm for 5 days, none of them entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm at the end of the month. It's common knowledge that the closer one is to the end of the month, the slower one will be to accumulate points. Not only is Duan Lingtian strong, but he's also very lucky. After all, he only managed to accumulate so many points because he encountered Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion and eliminated him. His current ranking is second only to the profound Nether Mansion's Zhou Hongjie. It was Duan Lingtian's first time in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, and he managed to rank 25th after just 5 days. At this moment, all the Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory learned of his name. Although most of the Grade 6 celestial mansions knew Duan Lingtian was from the profound Nether Mansion, most of them thought Duan Lingtian was hired by the profound Nether Mansion to help the profound Nether Mansion in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In just a blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. When the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm came to a halt, the people in the middle realm were transported out one by one. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian returned to the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. When Duan Lingtian exited the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a disappointed expression could be seen on his face. After all, he did not encounter anyone else in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for the next 2 days after he eliminated Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion. Duan Lingtian is out. As soon as Duan Lingtian exited the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he discovered he was surrounded by people. Many of them were staring at him with bright eyes. Soon after, their divine consciousness shrouded him. He's really not even 100 years old. Heavens! I thought it was just a rumor. I can't believe Duan Lingtian is really not even 100 years old. No one in the Southern Heaven territory has managed to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm before the age of 100. Not only did Duan Lingtian enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm, but he's even ranked 25th. That's because Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm at the end of the month. I can't wait to see Duan Lingtian's performance next month. Chapter 3142. Although Duan Lingtian had seen many similar scenes along the way, he was not surprised at all. However, he had never seen anything like this before. Now that he was forcefully transported from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm to the middle realm, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. His surroundings were completely surrounded, and many gazes filled with surprise fell on him. Apart from that, there were also a lot of divine consciousness in his surroundings. Duan Lingtian, did you really comprehend 6 profundities from the law of space? I have a friend who's a disciple of the Han Qing Mansion. According to him, Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion said you've comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. One of the profound Nether Mansion's disciples asked curiously, Duan Lingtian, I also heard that you've comprehended the law of space. My cousin is a disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion. He said Hung Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion said you've comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Is it true? Another profound Nether Mansion's disciple chimed in. Upon hearing the 2 profound Nether Mansion's disciples' words, the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion turned to look at Duan Lingtian curiously. It was obvious they wanted to know the answer as well. After all, a 10-direction celestial duke who was not even 100 years old was enough to shock them. If a 10-direction celestial duke had comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space, how heaven-defying would he be? Goosebumps rose on their skin when they thought about it. Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian was frowning slightly because he was surrounded and questioned by a group of people, a loud voice sounded from outside the crowd. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to this voice. It was none other than Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion. Swoosh. As soon as Qi Tianming called out to Duan Lingtian, before the crowd could react, Duan Lingtian had already vanished from his spot. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had reappeared next to Qi Tianming. At this moment, the crowd finally regained their senses. When they saw Duan Lingtian leaving, an uproar broke out among them. Is that the teleportation profound? That's right. It was the space law's teleportation profundity. Otherwise, how could I, a dignified immortal king, be unable to capture the traces of his movements? Teleportation Upanishad is to teleport and disappear from the original spot. When you reappear at the destination, you won't leave any trace. Now, we can be certain that Duan Lingtian is not even 100 years old, and he has indeed comprehended the law of space. Moreover, he has comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. In order to comprehend the law of space's teleportation profundity, one must first comprehend the law of space's basic profundity, the space elemental profundity. Duan Lingtian has comprehended at least 2 profundities of the law of space. I wonder if he has really comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space. I'm afraid that Hung Feng and Lu Ji from the Martial Battle Mansion deliberately spread the news that he has comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space so that people won't laugh at them. That's not impossible. However, since he was able to eliminate Hung Feng and Lu Ji, even if he hasn't comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space, it's enough to prove that he's not simple. That's natural. Those who can make it into the top 30 are definitely not easy to deal with. Duan Lingtian's ears gradually drifted away from the discussion behind him. I didn't expect you to rank so high in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm in such a short time. Moreover, it's only the end of the month. On the way back to Qi Tianming's cultivation ground, Qi Tianming glanced at Duan Lingtian and lamented. It was common knowledge that the closer it was to the end of the month, the harder it was to obtain points in the middle realm. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He knew very well in his heart, if he did not run into Lu Ji from the Hanqing mansion in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would not have been able to rank in the top 50. It's true that you were lucky to find the Martial Battle Mansion's base and meet Lu Ji. However, if you weren't strong enough, it would have been useless even if you met Lu Ji. You might have even been eliminated by them. Qi Tianming smiled. With Qi Tianming's status, it was not difficult for him to investigate Duan Lingtian's performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian had found the Martial Battle Mansion's base, blocked their entrance, and eliminated more than 10 people from the Martial Battle Mansion. Such a thing had never happened before in the history of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, it was a great provocation to the Martial Battle Mansion's base. If someone did something like that, they would definitely be targeted by the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the future. For example, Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would definitely be targeted by the Martial Battle Mansion. Among the people from the Martial Battle Mansion who had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Hung Feng's strength was not bad. However, there were a few people who were stronger than him. Of course, what he meant by stronger than Hung Feng was that his overall strength was stronger than Hung Feng's. In terms of defense, no one below the Celestial King realm in the Martial Battle Mansion was a match for Hung Feng. Among those who were stronger than Hung Feng, there were some who had only comprehended 6 profundities from a law and were in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity. Take Lu Ji from the Hanqing Mansion, for example. Although his comprehension of profundities was not as high as Hung Feng's, his overall strength was still much stronger than Hung Feng's. Naturally, it was impossible for Lu Ji to eliminate Hung Feng since he could not break through Hung Feng's defense. It was even more impossible for Hung Feng to eliminate Lu Ji since he could easily defeat Hung Feng with his speed. Lord Mansion Master came to see me a few days ago to ask about you. Even Lord Mansion Master is paying close attention to you. Qi Tianming looked at Duan Lingtian with a satisfied expression on his face. No matter what, he was the one who brought Duan Lingtian to the Profound Nether Mansion. He was the one who recommended Duan Lingtian to join the Profound Nether Mansion. If Duan Lingtian became the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion, he would definitely be rewarded by both the Mansion Master and the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. And those benefits were definitely something that would make the other inspectors extremely envious. After all, he knew Duan Lingtian was not a petty person. The Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion was not a petty person. On the other hand, the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was a senior to the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion. Even if Duan Lingtian did not reward Duan Lingtian, he would still benefit greatly from being able to meet the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Duan Lingtian followed Qi Tianming back to the Mansion Master's residence. In my opinion, the Lord Mansion Master will definitely ask me to bring you to him when he hears about you leaving the Middle Realm, Qi Tianming speculated. However, Duan Lingtian was not interested in Qi Tianming's words. He bluntly asked, "Old Qi, the scoreboard will be reset tomorrow, right?" "That's right." Qi Tianming nodded. "Today is the last day of the month. Everyone who's in the Middle Realm will be forcefully sent out. Tomorrow will be the beginning of the next month when the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opens again." "What? Do you plan to enter tomorrow?" Qi Tianming asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "I haven't decided yet." Duan Lingtian said, "Old Qi, when do you think is the best time for me to enter the Middle Realm? If you want to enter the top 20, you can enter tomorrow. However, if you want to enter the top 10, it'll be best if you wait 3 days." Qi Tianming replied, "What if I want to rank first?" Duan Lingtian asked as his eyes glinted. "Rank first?" Qi Tianming was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. A wry smile appeared on his face as he said, "I know you want to pass the test set by the Imperial Tutor Pavilion and become the new Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. However, it's not realistic for you to rank first now. Based on what I know, there are a few 10 Directions Celestial Dukes who have entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who are very mysterious. Although they've only comprehended 7 profundities from a law, Even those who have comprehended 7 profundities and are in the process of comprehending 8 profundities from a law have been defeated by them. Many people suspect they've comprehended 8 profundities from a law, but they've kept it a secret. Even if they haven't comprehended 8 profundities from a law, they must have something else to rely on. Naturally, it can't be an external force. Perhaps it's an innate ability. After all, there are many non-humans in grade 6 celestial mansions who have transformed into humans. Based on Qi Tianming's words, it was clear he did not think Duan Lingtian was strong enough to rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. There are non-humans? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he knew the non-humans Qi Tianming was referring to were celestial beasts or plants. In the Devata realms, as long as there were enough fortuitous encounters, many plants could cultivate on their own. Once they cultivated to a certain level, they could even transform into humans and walk the same path as humans, let alone other things. For example, some heavenly emperors in the Devata realms were born from plants. Their strength was not inferior to human heavenly emperors or celestial beast heavenly emperors. In fact, they were even stronger than human heavenly emperors and celestial beast heavenly emperors in certain aspects. Yes, Qi Tianming nodded. There are some inhumans in the profound nether mansion as well. If you've seen the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, I'm sure you remember Zhou Hongjie and the other person in the top 30, right?
Yes.
Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. When I came out, he was ranked 29th. He was 5 places behind Zhou Hongjie. This month, Duan Lingtian was ranked 25th, Zhou Hongjie was ranked 24th, and there was another disciple from the profound nether mansion who was ranked 29th. That disciple's name was Hua Xiao. He's not human. His true form is a flower, Qi Tianming said. Moreover, he's a flower that grew at the bottom of a lake. Due to a fortuitous encounter, he transformed into a human and began to cultivate. He's only slightly over 500 years old. Chapter 3143. Age after transforming into a human? Duan Lingtian frowned when he heard Qi Tianming's words. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm has a limit of less than 1,000 years. Does that mean the age of a celestial being after transforming into a human is the same as well? If this was the case for celestial beasts, it would mean that celestial beasts would have a huge advantage in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After all, some powerful celestial beasts would only transform at a later age. After all, their strength was comparable to a celestial when they transformed.
Yes.
Qi Tianming nodded. Life forms like plants and trees have to absorb the essence of the sun, moon, and heaven and earth before they can transform into a human. However, once they transform into a human, they won't have any cultivation base in the beginning. They'll have to take it one step at a time. Of course, although they didn't have any cultivation in the beginning, because their bodies were flowers and trees that had absorbed the essence of the sun, moon, and heaven and earth, their cultivation speed was extremely heaven-defying. Even their comprehension ability was extraordinary. Duan Lingtian understood a little about what Qi Tianming had just said. Life forms like plants and trees were different from celestial beasts. Celestial beasts were able to cultivate by relying on their inherited bloodlines before they could transform into human form. Is this the case for celestial beasts? Their age will only be counted after they transform into human form? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course not. Qi Tianming shook his head. Celestial beasts can't be compared to plants and trees in this regard. Take the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm as an example. Even celestial beasts who transform into human form at the age of 900 won't be able to enter the middle realm after 100 years. The southern heaven celestial lord, who created the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, had long considered this. Otherwise, it would be unfair to both humans and other life forms. Upon hearing Qi Tianming's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. If that was the case, he could accept it. Although Hua Xiao is only a little over 500 years old, he has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of water, and he's in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity from the law of water. Moreover, the profundities he's comprehended are the more practical and powerful profundities from the law of water. Because of this, coupled with the advantages of his true body, he is one of the strongest existences in the immortal abodes who have comprehended 6 profundities of a certain law and are in the process of comprehending the 7th profundities. This is also the reason why he was able to make it into the top 30. Qi Tianming's words gave Duan Lingtian a deeper understanding of the profound Nether Mansion's disciple, Hua Xiao. Initially, I thought Hua Xiao would be the only one supporting the profound Nether Mansion after Zhou Hongjia reaches the age of 1000. I didn't expect you to appear in the Simplicity Celestial sect. With your help, the profound Nether Mansion will definitely shine in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In time, it's not impossible for you to reach first place in the rankings. From Qi Tianming's words, it was obvious that he didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to get to the top of the leaderboard right now. He felt that Duan Lingtian needed time to settle down. Duan Lingtian could tell that Qi Tianming didn't have much confidence in him, but he didn't care. Because he knew now, it was useless for him to say anything more. He would only be able to prove himself when he ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Elder Qi, do you have a map with the locations of the camps in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Although Qi Tianming had said blocking the entrance of a celestial mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was an act of provocation and would incur the wrath of the celestial mansion. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about this. The only thing he cared about was his ranking on the scoreboard. Moreover, even if the celestial mansion wanted to seek revenge, it would only do so in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Once it was out of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the other celestial mansions would definitely look down on it. For this reason, even if Duan Lingtian blocked the entrance of a Grade 6 celestial mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the Grade 6 celestial mansion would not openly seek revenge from Duan Lingtian. If that happened, the reputation of the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion would be tarnished. People would think that the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion was a sore loser. What? You want to block the entrance of another Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base? It was not difficult for Qi Tianming to guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. His eyes widened in shock. It'll be faster to accumulate points this way, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. Qi Tianming took a few deep breaths to calm himself down before he said, Duan Lingtian, you shouldn't do this. Although the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base would only seek revenge from you in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it's still not a good thing for you. Moreover, if you cross the line, who knows if the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion might seek revenge from you in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, can't they hire an assassin? Couldn't they have promised the fugitive some benefits so that the fugitive would take action against you? Qi Tianming shook his head as he spoke. He felt that Duan Lingtian was too naive. Although you know the teleportation profundity, a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 2 or more speed profundities from the law of wind might be able to catch up to you. For this reason, I think you should keep a low profile. Don't block the entrance of the Martial Battle Mansion's base like you did this time. Qi Tianming advised. Old Qi, I know what you mean. However, I still want a map of the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's bases. I won't block the entrance of the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base. Instead of blocking the entrance, I'll watch them from afar and wait for them to leave before I make my move. Is that all right? Duan Lingtian knew Qi Tianming meant well, so he did not argue with Qi Tianming. However, he still wanted a map of the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's bases. If he had a map of the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base, he would be able to locate his targets in a short time and accumulate points. He would not have to wander around aimlessly like a headless fly. Even so, you're destined to be disappointed. There's no such map. Qi Tianming shook his head. There's no such map? Duan Lingtian frowned. Is there no one who has drawn it? I've memorized the route from the profound Nether Mansion's base to the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Next time, I'll be able to find the Martial Battle Mansion's base. You won't be able to find it. Qi Tianming shook his head again. You won't be able to find it? Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. He had a bad feeling about this. Yes. Qi Tianming said, every time the scoreboard is reset, the environment in the middle realm will change as well. Based on what I know, The environment in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm changes countless times. Every time there's a change, the grade 6 celestial mansion's bases will change locations and not appear in the same place. For this reason, even if you memorize the route from the profound nether mansion's base to the martial battle mansion's base, you won't be able to find the martial battle mansion's base the next month. Qi Tianming paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Do you understand now?
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded with a wry smile on his face. I didn't expect this to happen. If that's the case, there's no such map. The environment in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm would change every month as the scoreboard was reset. The grade 6 celestial mansion's bases would change as well. How could one draw a map under such circumstances? It was impossible. Inspector Qi. Inspector Qi. All of a sudden, loud voices rang in the air. These people's voices were filled with disdain. They did not seem to be respectful toward Qi Tianming like the other disciples and elders of the profound nether mansion. I didn't expect those old fellows to come before Lord Mansion Master, Qi Tianming said as he shook his head. Qi Tianming shook his head when he heard the voice. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, these old fellows are my old friends. Apart from one of them, the rest of them are from the 3 sects and 2 clans. The 3 sects and 2 clans were the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, the Coupling Celestial Sect, the Zhangsun Clan, and the Gongyang Clan. When the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, Duan Lingtian had met high-ranking officials from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Among them, Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, was the inspector of the profound nether mansion. Duan Lingtian had met Bihai Mingfeng when he first arrived at the profound nether mansion. This time, they must have come together because they heard the news of you coming out and are here for you. Qi Tianming said confidently. In fact, it was exactly as Qi Tianming had said. The other inspectors of the profound nether mansion had come for Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian's name was well known in the profound nether mansion, apart from those who were in closed-door cultivation. For this reason, the inspectors of the profound nether mansion's estate were very interested in Duan Lingtian. When they learned that Duan Lingtian had left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and that Duan Lingtian had left with Qi Tianming, they immediately made their way to Qi Tianming's estate. The inspectors were mostly old men from the 3 sects and 2 clans. They were from the same generation as Qi Tianming. For this reason, they had a good relationship with Duan Lingtian. Therefore, they were kind and amiable when they spoke to Qi Tianming. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew this was not the case. Qi Tianming was one of the reasons why the inspectors behaved like this in front of him, but it was more because of the achievements he had shown so far. He was a 10-direction celestial duke who was not even 100 years old. He had comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. His achievements were enough to shock the top 10 clans and 5 sects in the Southern Heaven territory, let alone the grade 6 celestial mansions. On the same day, a message was sent to Chen Yuanshan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Duan Lingtian, a 10-direction celestial duke who is not even 100 years old. It's suspected that he has comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion, recommended him to the profound nether mansion. Chapter 3144. As one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory, the Blood Skull Gang's overall strength was inferior to the top forces in the Southern Heaven Territory like the 10 major clans and 5 major sects. However, the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence network was much better than the 10 major clans and 5 major sects. Duan Lingtian is a 10-direction celestial duke who's not even 100 years old. Moreover, he has comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, he was recommended by someone from the Simplicity Celestial Sect to join the profound nether mansion. Chen Yuanshan, the deputy leader of the Blood Skull Gang, had an unsightly expression on his face when he received the news. However, he was not certain. He was certain that Duan Lingtian, the disciple of the profound nether mansion, was the disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect whom his son, Chen Li, had agreed to take on the mission. However, Based on the current situation, it was highly likely that the two Duan Lingtian were the same person. Although there was a huge gap between the two of them, one should not forget that Duan Lingtian from the Simplicity Celestial sect had been tricked by a reincarnated celestial emperor to sacrifice him to the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit tree. The Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit was a celestial fruit that could allow a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial to become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke in a short time. Moreover, after consuming the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit, one could even comprehend the profundities of a law that one had never encountered before. It was rumored that one could comprehend at least 6 profundities of that law. If Duan Lingtian really obtained the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit and consumed it, there's no doubt they're the same person. In fact, Qin Yuan Shan was certain that Duan Lingtian was the disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. He was certain that Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, was Duan Lingtian, the disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect who was still on the Blood Skull Gang's mission list. However, to be safe, he decided to investigate Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. I'll inform that unfilial son of the news when I've confirmed that Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion is the same person as the Duan Lingtian from the Simplicity Celestial sect. If Duan Lingtian has really become a disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, the profound Nether Mansion will definitely take him seriously. It'll be much more difficult for us to kill him now. I can only hope that the two of them only share the same name. Now, Qin Yuanshan still had some hope in his heart. Of course, he knew that this was a fluke, and it was a fluke that was unlikely to happen. It was possible for people with the same name and surname to exist. However, one should not forget that Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, was recommended to join the profound Nether Mansion by Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion. Moreover, Qi Tianming was also a senior figure in the Simplicity Celestial sect. Was there such a coincidence in this world? Not likely. In the profound Nether Mansion, after sending off the inspectors, Duan Lingtian and Qi Tianming continued their conversation. Old Qi, you said that if I want to enter the top 10, it's better for me to enter the middle realm 3 days after it reopens, right? Why's that? Duan Lingtian recalled Qi Tianming's words earlier. It was as though he would have a greater advantage if he entered the middle realm 3 days later. 3 days is a chance for the people in the middle realm to accumulate points. Think about it. If you enter the middle realm 3 days later, some of the people in the middle realm will have accumulated points. That way, you'll be able to eliminate a small number of people and obtain a lot of points. Qi Tianming explained. Upon hearing Qi Tianming's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Previously, he had not considered this possibility at all. However, after listening to Qi Tianming's explanation, it made sense. If he entered the middle realm on the first day, the people from the other celestial mansions would not have many points. Even if he eliminated them, he would not be able to obtain a lot of points. It would be better to let them jump around for a few more days and wait for them to accumulate a certain amount of opportunities before going in to eliminate them. That would be more efficient. If that's the case, isn't 3 days too short? Duan Lingtian asked. He could wait for 5 or 6 days before he entered the middle realm. It's fine if you want to wait a few days before you enter. However, there won't be as many people in the middle realm as before. At that time, even if the people in the middle realm have accumulated points, who can guarantee you'll meet them? Qi Tianming said, 3 days is the most suitable time. There'll still be a lot of people in the middle realm after 3 days. At that time, you won't be in an awkward situation where you can't find anyone. Although you've accumulated points this month, I'm afraid you haven't encountered many people, right? When Qi Tianming finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, he had not encountered many people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The reason he was able to enter the top 30 in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was due to luck. Elder Qi, I'll do as you say. I'll wait for 3 days before entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm when it reopens tomorrow. Duan Lingtian quickly made up his mind. After bidding farewell to Elder Qi, Duan Lingtian returned to the residence Elder Qi had arranged for him. It was a spacious courtyard filled with flowers and grass. There was also a separate room at the back of the courtyard. In the next 3 days, Duan Lingtian planned to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. Previously, when I encountered the martial battle mansion's inner court disciple, Hung Feng, in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, I managed to break through his defenses by activating the transportation profundity after he comprehended the law of Earth's defense profundity. If I didn't use the transportation profundity at that time, it would have been impossible for me to break through his defenses. Duan Lingtian clearly remembered the battle between Hung Feng and Hung Feng. During his battle with Hung Feng in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Hung Feng had comprehended the law of Earth's defense profundity. If Duan Lingtian did not use the transportation profundity to break through Hung Feng's defenses, it would have been impossible for him to break through Hung Feng's defenses. I only used the transportation profundity to break through his defense profundity because I caught him off guard. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break through his defenses. After all, I've only just comprehended the transportation profundity. If he had concealed his defense profundity in advance, I wouldn't have been able to break through his defenses with my half-baked transportation profundity. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. He was only able to defeat and eliminate Hung Feng because of luck. If he encountered Hung Feng again, he was certain Hung Feng would be well prepared. At that time, it would be impossible for him to break through Hung Feng's defenses again. Unless I completely comprehend the transportation profundity, I won't be able to break through Hung Feng's defenses. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian spent the next 3 to 4 days comprehending the transportation profundity. He had even forgotten about the passage of time. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm has been open for 6 days, but Duan Lingtian still hasn't entered? At this moment, similar questions were being asked in all 3 of the transporting formations in the profound nether mansion. Since the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had opened, there were people guarding the transporting formations. They were certain Duan Lingtian had not entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. For this reason, they were certain Duan Lingtian had not entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Most importantly, the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had been updated, but Duan Lingtian's name was nowhere to be seen. For example, Zhou Hongjie from the profound nether mansion was ranked 16th on the scoreboard. Hua Xiao from the profound nether mansion was ranked 14th on the scoreboard. Naturally, the duo's outstanding performance was due to the fact that the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had only been open for 6 days. As long as one entered the middle realm on the first day, those who usually made it into the top 30 would be able to make it into the top 20 in a short period of time. Even those who were ranked in the top 20 would be able to make it to the top 10 within a short period of time. However, even if they managed to make it to the top, it would be difficult for them to maintain their ranking. While the people from the profound nether mansion were paying attention to Duan Lingtian, many people from grade 6 celestial mansions were also paying attention to the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion hasn't entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm yet? I think so. Not only has he not appeared on the scoreboard, but there are also 4 people who were ranked in the top 10 last month who haven't appeared on the scoreboard. Last month, Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion entered the middle realm at the end of the month. I wonder if he'll enter earlier this time. If he enters earlier, I wonder if he'll be able to make it to the top 20. If he has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space, it won't be difficult for him to make it to the top 20. In fact, he might even make it to the top 10. I can't wait to see his performance. It's strange. I'm not a member of the profound nether mansion, so I have nothing to do with Duan Lingtian's ranking. However, I'm curious to see if he'll be able to make it to the top of the scoreboard this month. Same here, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the people from the grade 6 celestial mansions were paying attention to him. When he walked out of his room to look for Qi Tianming, he found out that the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had been open for 6 days, and the person ranked first on the scoreboard had already accumulated more than 100 points. I didn't dare to disturb you since you didn't come out. Are you planning to enter the middle realm today? Qi Tianming asked with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He was certain Duan Lingtian would be able to make it to the middle realm. Most people in the profound nether mansion, including Qi Tianming, were looking forward to seeing Duan Lingtian's performance in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm.
Yes.
Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. Chapter 3145. Duan Lingtian is here. He's Duan Lingtian? As expected, he's not even 100 years old. Is he really a 10-direction celestial duke? He has comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already so strong. When Duan Lingtian appeared at the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, a commotion broke out among the profound Nether Mansion's disciples. Most of them were here to watch the commotion and wait for Duan Lingtian to appear. They knew Duan Lingtian was staying with Qi Tianming, the inspector of the southern heaven ancient realm, and Qi Tianming's cultivation place was on the main island. Moreover, Qi Tianming had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm through the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. For this reason, they were certain Duan Lingtian would enter the middle realm through the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As it turned out, they were right. Duan Lingtian did indeed enter the middle realm through the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Elder, I'm here to apply for an accumulative point jade. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian walked through the front courtyard and into the main hall of the mansion. He walked up to a counter. This time, Duan Lingtian did not go to the counter from before. Instead, he went to a random counter. Naturally, the profound Nether Mansion's elder who was behind the counter last time had changed. He looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. He's Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian, you've been quiet since last month. Are you confident you'll be able to rank in the top 10 this month? The elder behind the counter was very polite to Duan Lingtian. He asked with a smile on his face as he helped Duan Lingtian with the accumulative point jade. If I'm lucky, it shouldn't be difficult for me to rank in the top 10. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face as he took the accumulative point jade from the elder behind the counter. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had to apply for a new accumulative point jade every month. After 10 days in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, one's accumulative point jade would shatter when one was forcefully transported out. Of course, since the accumulative point jade token was broken outside, it did not affect the points that the owner of the accumulative point jade token obtained in that month. There was another situation, just like Duan Lingtian last month. Although he did not spend 10 days in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he was still exhausted from using his accumulative point jade. This was because the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm would be reset once every month. During this period, the people in the middle realm would be forcefully transported out of the middle realm. Their accumulative point jade would shatter when they were transported out of the middle realm. First place? The eyes of the profound Nether Mansion's elder widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The people in the vicinity who heard Duan Lingtian's words were momentarily stunned by his words. They only regained their senses when they saw Duan Lingtian walking to the stone platform at the end of the hall and activating the transportation formation. Duan Lingtian is really arrogant. He actually said it's not difficult to rank first? He's crazy. Although his innate talent and comprehension skills are heaven-defying, why doesn't he think about the 10-direction celestial dukes from the other celestial mansions in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? I might believe him if he said it's not difficult to rank first a few decades later. However, he's still too inexperienced for that. It's been a few years since the top 6 people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm scoreboard has changed. However, the top 6 people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm are constantly changing. In fact, only 2 people managed to rank first for 2 months in a row, right? The top 6 people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm scoreboard is about the same. It's all down to luck. All 6 of them have ranked first in the past year. Duan Lingtian will be lucky if he manages to rank first in the middle realm of the 6 people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm scoreboard. I really wonder where he gets his confidence from. After Duan Lingtian left, those who heard his words shook their heads and discussed among themselves. Based on their words, they thought he was too naive. Those who did not hear Duan Lingtian's words shook their heads when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Everyone thought Duan Lingtian was too naive. Even if Duan Lingtian had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space, he might not be able to rank first in the middle realm of the 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard. Duan Lingtian might be able to rank first if he had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of space. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard. Without comprehending 9 profundities from the law of space, it was impossible. The elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion were not the only ones who felt this way. Even those from the grade 6 celestial mansions felt the same way. Hong Feng's points are increasing so quickly. I think he just entered the scoreboard a few days ago, and now he's already in the top 30. At this moment, a group of elders and disciples from the profound Nether Mansion exclaimed in surprise, drowning out the discussion about Duan Lingtian. The scoreboard attracted the attention of the elders and disciples from the profound Nether Mansion. After all, the increase in points of ordinary people was not enough to attract their attention. However, Hong Feng was different. Based on what they knew, Hong Feng had been eliminated by Duan Lingtian on his first day in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm after he came out of closed-door cultivation. That was the most frustrating time for Hong Feng. Even so, Hong Feng still managed to comprehend the 7th profundity of the Law of Earth after that battle. Before Hong Feng comprehended the 7th profundity from the Law of Earth, there was only one 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the Martial Battle Mansion who had comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Fire. Apart from that, it was said that the 10 Directions Celestial Duke who had comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Fire had also comprehended the 8th profundity from the Law of Fire. It was said that the 10 Directions Celestial Duke had comprehended 8 profundities from the Law of Fire and was on the verge of comprehending the 9th profundity from the Law of Fire. After all, the 10 Directions Celestial Duke was one of the 6 strongest people on the scoreboard. In the past year, he had topped the scoreboard twice. Although he did not stay at the top for 2 consecutive months, the fact that he was the strongest person on the scoreboard showed how strong he was. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was widely acknowledged that the 6 strongest people were the strongest 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory. This was widely acknowledged by the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory. Among the 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory, the 6 of them were the overlords. It's only been a blink of an eye, but Hong Feng has risen to 26th place again? Under the watchful eyes of the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion, Hong Feng, who was originally ranked 29th on the scoreboard, had jumped by 3 names. Although Hong Feng has comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Earth, his forte is defense. His speed is his weakness. Normally, it's impossible for his points to rise so quickly. After all, many people can easily escape from under his nose. A disciple from the profound Nether Mansion said, "Even so, don't forget that he can always find someone to help him. As long as his helper can slow down his opponent's speed, it won't be easy for him to eliminate his opponents." An elder from the profound Nether Mansion chimed in, "That's right. If Hong Feng can find a disciple from the Martial Battle Mansion who specializes in speed, it won't be difficult for him to accumulate points." That's right. A disciple from the Martial Battle Mansion who specializes in speed can also benefit from joining forces with Hong Feng. All he has to do is keep his opponents busy and prevent them from leaving. Once Hong Feng catches up with them, he'll be able to eliminate his opponents easily. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm doesn't restrict 10 Directions Celestial Dukes from joining forces. Even someone as arrogant as Hong Feng has chosen to join forces with someone else. It seems like he's very ambitious this month. Not only did Hong Feng's performance attract the attention of the people from the profound Nether Mansion, but even the people from the other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions were paying attention to him. Has Hong Feng finally learned his lesson? There's another person who has comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Earth in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. That person has joined forces with someone else and made it to the top a dozen times. It seems like Hong Feng is trying to emulate that person. In the past, the powerful 10 Directions Celestial Dukes from the Martial Battle Mansion who specialize in speed might look down on Hong Feng. However, Now that Hung Feng has comprehended the seventh profundity from the law of earth, the defense profundity, they won't hesitate to join forces with him. I wonder who's teaming up with Hung Feng. If Wan Qingqing is teaming up with Hung Feng, I'm sure either Hung Feng or Wan Qingqing will be able to enter the top 10 this time. Wan Qingqing was ranked 17th in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm last month. Most importantly, she was a woman. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Junior sister Qingqing, it's your turn to collect the points. A tall and sturdy man stood in the air above a towering mountain with a grin on his face as he spoke to a green-clad figure hovering in the air. The green-clad figure was a young woman with long hair that cascaded down her back. She had a beautiful face that was so enchanting that her surroundings seemed to pale in comparison. However, her pair of clear and cold eyes seemed to repel people thousands of miles away. Yes, the woman replied coldly when she heard the tall and sturdy man's words. The tall and sturdy man did not seem to mind. HM? All of a sudden, the woman seemed to have sensed something and turned to look in the distance. At this moment, a person had appeared out of thin air in front of her. It seems like we're fated to meet again. The newcomer looked at the tall and sturdy man with a faint smile on his face. It's you. The tall and sturdy man's expression changed drastically when he saw the newcomer. After all, this was the person who had eliminated him last month. HM? The burly man's expression changed drastically, causing the woman nearby to be a little surprised. Soon after, her expression turned slightly solemn. After all, there were very few people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who could cause the tall and sturdy man's expression to change so drastically. Even she would not be able to break through the tall and sturdy man's defenses in a one-on-one battle. Who's he? The woman asked the tall and sturdy man through voice transmission. Duanling Tian. Chapter 3146. Duanling Tian? When the woman heard the large man's voice transmission, her originally cold eyes suddenly narrowed. When she looked at the purple figure again, a deep sense of fear appeared in the depths of her eyes. Duanling Tian was an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. 6 days ago, she did not even know there was such a person in the profound Nether Mansion. However, 6 days ago, when the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was refreshed, she learned about Duanling Tian from the other disciples of the Martial Battle Mansion. Duanling Tian was a 10-direction celestial duke who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space before he was even 100 years old. Last month, Hung Feng, an inner court disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion, was eliminated by Duanling Tian on his first day in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Before Hung Feng was eliminated, he had successfully comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of earth, the defense profundity, due to the pressure from Duanling Tian. For this reason, Duanling Tian, an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, was even more terrifying. A few days ago, Hung Feng had approached her and offered to work with her to obtain points in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, he had promised not to obtain more points than her. When she recalled Hung Feng's defense was so strong that not many people in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would be able to break through it, and her speed, she had agreed. After entering the middle realm with Hung Feng, she had heard about Duanling Tian, an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, from Hung Feng. However, she did not expect that Duanling Tian would encounter Hung Feng. On the 3rd day of entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with Hung Feng, she had encountered Duanling Tian, who had become the talk of the town in the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions. Junior sister Qingqing, take me with you. We're no match for him. Hung Feng urged Wan Qingqing through voice transmission when he discovered Duanling Tian had locked onto him with his divine consciousness. When he thought about the points he had obtained with Wan Qingqing's help, he gritted his teeth and asked Wan Qingqing to take him away. Whoosh! As soon as Hung Feng finished speaking, Wan Qingqing's body transformed into a green silhouette. Before the silhouette disappeared, she had already appeared beside Hung Feng. Whoosh! In the next moment, a green light shrouded Wan Qingqing and Hung Feng. In just a blink of an eye, they turned into a green light and sped away. If it was a one-on-one battle, Wan Qingqing was far from being Hung Feng's match. Of course, if she wanted to run, even two Hung Fengs wouldn't be able to catch up to her. Based on her speed, she was definitely one of the fastest 10-direction celestial dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. She was not inferior to the top 6 10-direction celestial dukes. Otherwise, why would Hung Feng have approached her first and asked her to join forces with him? Old friend, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw Hung Feng being led away by the green-robed woman. Their speed was so fast that it was comparable to his own teleportation speed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Duan Lingtian used the teleportation profundities from the law of space to increase his speed. Only then did he manage to catch up to the green-robed woman and Hung Feng. Alas, he barely managed to catch up to them. Based on his current speed, it would take him at least an hour to catch up to Hung Feng and the green-robed woman. How fast? Duan Lingtian was shocked as he chased after Hung Feng and the green-robed woman. Her speed is comparable to a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 3 speed profundities from the law of wind. Most importantly, she seems to have comprehended the laws of wood. How can someone who has comprehended the law of wood be so fast? Even if she has comprehended 9 profundities from the law of wood, it's impossible for her to be so fast. Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness as he chased after the green-clad woman. It was not difficult for him to discover the green-clad woman had comprehended the law of wood. There seems to be some other energy. When Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness further, he discovered the reason the green-clad woman was so fast was due to a mysterious energy. The energy came from the green-robed woman's body, as though it was something she was born with. External energy was prohibited in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was certain the green-robed woman had used celestial talismans or pills. Therefore, he was certain the green-robed woman was capable of using her own energy. Is she using the energy from the clear heaven's divine wood, one of the 5 divine elements? Duan Lingtian asked the profound divine metal, chaos divine flame, and chaos divine earth in his body. After all, he knew the 5 divine elements were still capable of using their energy even though external energy was prohibited in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian had already tested this out when he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he could rely on the profound divine metal, chaos divine flame, and chaos divine earth. Although Duan Lingtian had obtained the clear heaven's divine wood, it was only in its first form. Not only could it not help him, but it had not even gained sentience yet. No, the chaos divine flame replied. If she's using the energy from the clear heaven's divine wood, we'll be able to sense it? No? Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the green-robed woman. It seems like she's really born with her energy. Just like Ling Juyan's bloodline energy, Duan Lingtian remembered Ling Juyan's bloodline energy was not an external energy, but it could greatly improve his strength. I didn't expect him to be so fast. It was not difficult for Hung Feng to see Duan Lingtian closing in on them. He knew it would not take long for Duan Lingtian to catch up to them. Junior sister Qing, let's go. If he didn't conceal his strength, he's definitely slower than you. In fact, if he doesn't conceal his strength, he won't be able to outrun you. Hung Feng knew it was only a matter of time before Duan Lingtian caught up to them. If Duan Lingtian sealed the space around them, Wan Qingqing might not be able to escape. For this reason, he made up his mind to let Wan Qingqing leave him behind. Hung Feng, you only gave me 1 point last time. I'm very satisfied with the number of points you've given me this time. Duan Lingtian said calmly as he chased after Hung Feng and Wan Qingqing. Although he had eliminated Hung Feng last month, since Hung Feng had just entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Lingtian only had 1 point. This time, before Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Hung Feng had already entered the top 30. Hung Feng, who was ranked 29th, had more than 20 points. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Hung Feng had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Currently, Hung Feng was ranked 26th on the scoreboard. He had 33 points. Before Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Hung Feng had eliminated a 10 Directions Celestial Duke with Wan Qingqing's help and obtained 5 points from the 10 Directions Celestial Duke. This person next to you must be the helper you recruited before you entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, right? She's very fast. If she joins forces with you, she might be able to help you enter the top 20. If you're lucky, she might even help you enter the top 10. Duan Lingtian was amazed by Wan Qingqing's speed. However, before I entered the middle realm, I only saw your name and another male disciple's name on the scoreboard. I don't think she started collecting points yet, right? Duan Lingtian had a good memory. Before he entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he had memorized all the names on the scoreboard and their respective celestial mansions. Out of the 100 names on the scoreboard, only 2 belonged to the martial battle mansion. Apart from Hung Feng, the other person's name was ranked 4th on the scoreboard. Moreover, the other person's name was clearly masculine. It was obvious the other person was not the woman standing in front of him. It was unlikely Hung Feng would join forces with someone from another celestial mansion. After all, even if Hung Feng trusted the other person, it was unlikely they would encounter each other after they entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Naturally, there was a possibility that Hung Feng had only looked for helpers after he entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. For this reason, Duan Lingtian assumed the woman was from the martial battle mansion and had not collected any points yet. Last month, there were 3 people from the martial battle mansion on the scoreboard. Apart from the person who was ranked 4th before I entered the middle realm and the martial battle mansion's disciple whom I eliminated last month, there's a martial battle mansion's disciple named Wan Qingqing. Wan Qingqing is most likely a woman's name. If I'm not mistaken, it's her name. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the woman who was flying with Hung Feng in tow. Her speed was not much slower than his. Boy, if it's possible, why don't you join forces with this woman? Although we can help you, the most we can do is increase the strength of your attacks. We can't increase your speed. The Chaos Divine Earth's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. With her speed, it'll be easy for you to join forces with her in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I think you should try joining forces with her as well. The profound divine metal chimed in. It was rare for it not to disagree with the Chaos Divine Earth. Join forces? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the Chaos Divine Earth and the profound divine metal's words. He would not have thought of this if they did not mention it. Although his speed was not slow, it would be a problem if he encountered someone who was faster than him in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Let alone someone who had comprehended 3 types of speed profundities from the law of wind. He might not even be able to catch up to someone who had comprehended 2 types of speed profundities from a law. All right. After listening to Hung Feng's suggestion and seeing Duan Lingtian's figure getting closer and closer, Wan Qingqing pondered for a moment before she accepted Hung Feng's suggestion. In the next moment, she abandoned Hung Feng. Swoosh. As soon as she abandoned Hung Feng, her speed soared to a whole new level, leaving Duan Lingtian in the dust. In just a blink of an eye, she disappeared from Duan Lingtian's sight. Chapter 3147. When Duan Lingtian approached Hung Feng was already prepared. Not only did he cast the law of Earth's rock body profundity, but he also cast the law of Earth's crystal wall profundity and defense profundity. This time, he learned his lesson. The talismans that appeared from the defense ultimacy merged with the crystal wall on the surface of his body, causing the crystal wall to glow with new life. At the same time, the celestial origin energy that contained the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity was ready to be unleashed at any time. Apart from the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity, rock body profundity, crystal wall profundity, and defense profundity, Hung Feng had also comprehended the law of Earth's vibration profundity, gravitational space profundity, and recovery profundity. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect myself to be so unlucky. I've only been in the middle realm for 3 days, and you're here again. How long have you been here? Hung Feng asked with a bitter smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who had stopped moving not far away. I just came in. I haven't met anyone before you. Duan Lingtian shrugged. Just came in? Did you meet anyone else? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hung Feng felt his breathing stagnate. When he first came in last month, the first person he met was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had just entered this month, and the first person he met was him. What kind of luck did he have? At the same time, Duan Lingtian did not seem to be bothered by Hung Feng's solemn expression. Hung Feng, the woman who carried you earlier must be Wan Qingqing from the Martial Battle Mansion, right? Duan Lingtian had a deep impression of the name Wan Qingqing. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian had a deep impression of the top 30 rankers in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Last month, Wan Qingqing's name was ranked 17th. Not bad. Hung Feng nodded. Then, he scoffed and said, however, I advise you not to pursue junior sister Qingqing. She's definitely one of the fastest 10-direction celestial dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In terms of speed, there are very few people who can compare to her. It's impossible for you to catch up to her. Hung Feng was confident in Wan Qingqing's speed. After witnessing Wan Qingqing's speed, Duan Lingtian knew what Hung Feng said was true. As long as Wan Qingqing did not give him a chance to attack and tried to escape, he would not be able to stop her. If I'm not wrong this month, when you came in with her, she was the only one who helped you get points. You haven't helped her get any points, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Hung Feng and asked, Don't tell me you don't feel guilty at all? Duan Lingtian's words were like a needle that pierced Hung Feng's heart, causing his face to darken. How could he not feel guilty? If it were not for Wan Qingqing's help, he would not have been able to obtain so many points in such a short time. However, before he could help Wan Qingqing, he had already encountered Duan Lingtian. Hung Feng scoffed. Once I'm done with you, I'll join forces with junior sister Qingqing and help her get more points. It seems like she hasn't left yet. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. In fact, it was not difficult for him to figure this out. Otherwise, he would not have let Wan Qingqing leave without telling her about joining forces. After all, he knew Wan Qingqing would not go far. At the very least, she would not leave until she was certain Hung Feng was eliminated. With Wan Qingqing's speed, as long as she was prepared, she would not be eliminated. So what if she hasn't left yet? Do you think you can catch up to her? Hung Feng sneered. Hung Feng, are you going to crush your accumulative point jade? Or do you need my help? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. Although I lost to you last time, it was only because I didn't expect you to have comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity. More importantly, I'm not sure if you've fully comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity or if you've only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity, Hung Feng said solemnly. If you've only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity, then I'll merge the defense profundity with the crystal barrier profundity. Your attack won't be able to bypass the defense profundity and hit me. Comprehending the law of space's transportation profundity and fully comprehending it were two different concepts. Hung Feng had gone to find out more about this a few days ago. For this reason, he was willing to take a gamble. He was willing to bet that Duan Lingtian had only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. I didn't expect someone as boorish as you to be so meticulous. Upon hearing Hung Feng's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked. Then, he said indifferently, however, You're right. I've only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. Now that you've merged the defense profundity with the crystal barrier profundity, I won't be able to bypass the defense profundity and hit you. Duan Lingtian did not hide the fact that he had only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. If that's the case, you won't be able to break through my defenses. Hung Feng's eyes glinted as a smile appeared on his face. Junior sister Qingqing, come back. At the same time, Hung Feng called out loudly. His voice that contained celestial origin energy reverberated in the air. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, a green figure appeared in the distance and looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian turned to look at the green figure. At this moment, this was the first time Duan Lingtian had taken a good look at the female disciple from the Martial Battle Mansion. She had long black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall, a curvaceous figure, and a beautiful face. She was comparable to his two wives in terms of looks. When Duan Lingtian was looking at the green figure, The green figure was also looking at him. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Hung Feng finally spoke. Junior sister Qing Qing, you stay at the side. If Duan Lingtian can't break through my defenses, we'll work together to send him out of here. When Hung Feng looked at Duan Lingtian, his voice was filled with excitement. This was a rare opportunity for him to avenge his humiliation. Naturally, I'm not sure if Duan Lingtian has a trump card up his sleeve. If he's hiding his strength and is able to break through my defenses, you should leave, junior sister Qing Qing. Hung Feng continued to say through voice transmission, I'll return what I owe you in the future. All right. Wan Qing Qing replied indifferently. Senior sister Wan, if I can't break through Hung Feng's defenses, you can work together with him to eliminate me. However, if I can break through his defenses, don't be in a hurry to leave. Why don't we work together instead? Upon hearing Hung Feng's words, Duan Lingtian looked at Wan Qing Qing and said with a smile, I can guarantee you that if you work together with me, you'll be able to enter the top 10. Both Hung Feng and Wan Qing Qing did not expect Duan Lingtian to work together. Humph. Duan Lingtian, are you trying to use this as an excuse to get close to junior sister Qing Qing, so you can eliminate her? Hung Feng said as though he had seen through Duan Lingtian's intentions. How many points does senior sister Wan have in her accumulative points, Jade? Do you think it's possible for me to give up on working with her and eliminate her? Duan Lingtian looked at Hung Feng indifferently and asked, if you were me, would you eliminate her? Hung Feng was speechless when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After all, Wan Qing Qing only had 1 point. Even if he eliminated her, he would only get 1 point. It was meaningless. The three of us can work together. Wan Qing Qing's cold voice resonated in the air. He's of no use to me. Duan Lingtian glanced at Wan Qing Qing indifferently and said, moreover, it's meaningless to split the points between the three of us. If you eliminate him, I won't work with you. Wan Qing Qing said coldly. It doesn't matter if you work with me or not, I'll still eliminate him. To me, you're just the icing on the cake. It's not like I have to work with you. Although Duan Lingtian admired Wan Qing Qing's character, he did not show any signs of backing down. Wan Qing Qing was infuriated. When had she ever been treated like this by a man? Did this man not know how to treat a woman well? Humph. Duan Lingtian, if you want to eliminate me, you'll have to break through my defenses first. Otherwise, you'll be the one eliminated today. Hung Feng snorted coldly. At the same time, he made his move. He stepped into the air and charged toward Duan Lingtian like a raging bull. Junior sister Qing Qing. At the same time, Hung Feng sent a voice transmission to Wan Qing Qing. If Duan Lingtian is capable of breaching my defenses, you should join forces with him. Although I don't know him personally, I have a good eye for people. Duan Lingtian doesn't seem like a person who goes back on his word. Perhaps you can seize this opportunity to enter the top 10 in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Hung Feng's voice transmission could be considered as persuading Wan Qing Qing. Let's see if he can breach your defenses first. Wan Qing Qing replied through voice transmission. Since you're so confident about your defenses, I'll breach your defenses with just one move. Duan Lingtian said with a nonchalant smile on his face. This time, I won't use the transportation profundity. He won't use the transportation profundity? Hung Feng was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian has comprehended 2 other profundities from the law of space. He had seen Duan Lingtian cast 7 profundities from the law of space, including the transportation profundity. Based on Duan Lingtian's confidence, he could not help but think Duan Lingtian might have comprehended 2 other profundities from the law of space. Gravitational space profundity, vibration profundity, recovery profundity. Hung Feng did not dare to be careless. He quickly used all the techniques he knew. Presently, he was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would gain the initiative by striking first, causing him to be unable to utilize all his abilities. Chapter 3148. However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of teleporting away in the face of Hung Feng's ferocious attack. The void around him rippled as his space territory enveloped an area with a radius of 10 meters. At the same time, the space around him began to distort. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian had cast the law of space's territory profundity and the distortion profundity. Confinement profundity. When Hung Feng's attack entered the distorted space territory, Duan Ling Tian mobilized his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity to restrain the attack. In the next moment, dimension/profundity. A spatial tear appeared next to Duan Ling Tian. As soon as it appeared, a gray saber ray flew out of the spatial tear. The gray sword light flew out from the spatial crack, as if it was an attack that had transcended space. It swept through the void and easily destroyed Hung Feng's attack. During this process, not only was the gray saber ray not weakened, but it had also become stronger. This was because the gray saber ray was replenished when it passed through the distorted space territory. Whether it was Duan Ling Tian's territory profundity, the distortion profundity, or the confinement profundity, all of them had replenished the gray saber ray with the space elemental profundity. During this process, the gray saber ray that looked like the dimension/profundity increased in size. While Duan Ling Tian's dimension/profundity was being replenished by the space elemental profundity, Hung Feng did not remain idle. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In front of Hung Feng, huge stone pillars fell with a whistling sound, separating him from Duan Ling Tian. The repulsive force from the gravitational space profundity was also unleashed around the stone pillars. Together with the vibration profundity, it repelled all external forces. This time, Hung Feng was more prepared than the previous time. At this moment, he no longer had any intention of attacking. Instead, he was fully focused on defending himself. In fact, he had even activated his defense before Duan Ling Tian's attack. Hung Feng's nerves were tense as he controlled the stone pillars. He did not dare to be distracted. This was the only way he could move the stone pillar to Duan Ling Tian's direction when Duan Ling Tian teleported to another place and launched an attack from another direction. What he did not know was that Duan Ling Tian had no intention of using the teleportation profundity. Seniors, please lend me a hand. Before the dimension/profundity, Duan Ling Tian's space's eyes, Duan Ling Tian's eyes' power, heaven's profundity. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, two waves of power extended from his body, as if they were something he was born with. Two eyes of heaven, eyes of the eyes of Duan to Ling Tian's twos of the of. The eyes the Duan Ling Tian, S's Wan to Lingaf S. Wan Qing stood in the void not far away with a shocked expression. She could no longer maintain her composure. This is, when Wan Qing noticed Duan Ling Tian's dimension/profundity, Hung Feng also noticed it. This was his first time witnessing such a thing. Previously, Duan Ling Tian did not use such a technique when he attacked Hung Feng. As expected, he's concealing his strength. Hung Feng's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, he was confused. He could tell the golden flames surrounding Duan Ling Tian's dimension/profundity were not the two remaining profundities from the law of space. In that case, there was only one possibility. This was Duan Ling Tian's innate strength that was not related to the profundities from the law of space. It was similar to Wan Qing's heaven-defying speed. After all, Wan Qing was not a human. She was a grass that had transformed into a human. She was originally a swift wind grass that grew in a canyon in the southern heaven territory. Due to a fortuitous encounter, she had transformed into a human and began to cultivate. As a plant, and tree, her speed of comprehending the law of wood was monstrous. Moreover, her cultivation speed was much faster than ordinary humans. However, this was not the most important thing. After Wan Qing transformed into a human, she inherited the swift wind grass's innate divine ability. The innate divine ability would improve as her cultivation base increased. Just like now, with her innate ability, Wan Qing's speed was almost equal to the speed of the three primary speed profundities of the law of wind combined. Naturally, there were restrictions when she used the innate divine ability. She could not use the wood elemental profundity that contained the law of wood to increase her speed. However, even so, her speed was enough to leave 99% of the people at the same cultivation level as her. At this moment, Hung Feng thought the layer of golden flames that Duan Ling Tian cast on the cross-dimensional/profundity was Duan Ling Tian's innate strength. It was similar to Wan Qingqing's innate divine ability. This Duan Ling Tian is either not human or has a variant bloodline in his body, Hung Feng thought to himself. At the same time, Hung Feng felt a great deal of pressure. The situation before him, coupled with Duan Lingtian's confidence, caused his heart to beat faster. Calm down, calm down. Even if he has other abilities, he might not be able to break through my defenses. Hung Feng comforted himself inwardly. Gradually, his gaze turned resolute, and he no longer wavered. Hung Feng, get ready. I'll make my move in 3 breaths' time. While Hung Feng was still on guard, Duan Lingtian raised his hand. The dimensional/profundity that was covered in golden flames began to revolve around his palm. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hung Feng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Was this not too humiliating? How could he give him time to prepare? Duan Lingtian, I'd like to see if your performance is worthy of your confidence. Hung Feng let out a low roar. After wasting 1 breath of time, he used the remaining 2 breaths of time to prepare for battle again. In just a blink of an eye, the time was up. Buzz. When the time was up, Duan Lingtian swung his hand and threw the dimensional/profundity that was revolving around his palm toward Hung Feng. To be more precise, it was aimed at Hung Feng's first layer of defense. The stone pillars that were formed from celestial origin energy that contained the earth elemental profundity, the gravitational space profundity, and the vibration profundity. This was the first layer of defense Hung Feng had prepared. As soon as Duan Lingtian threw the gray saber ray out, Wan Qingqing, who was standing nearby, stared at it intently. The gray saber ray whistled through the air, causing the void to tremble. It was as though the void would crack at any moment. In just a blink of an eye, the gray saber ray collided with the first layer of defense Hung Feng had prepared. However, when the golden flames on the gray saber ray flickered a few times, the first layer of defense Hung Feng had prepared was easily destroyed. Boom. Rumble. Although the stone pillars were protected by the gravitational space profundity, the vibration profundity, and the gravitational space profundity, they were still destroyed by the gray saber ray in just a blink of an eye. In fact, the gray saber ray did not even pause when it destroyed the stone pillars. The entire process was as simple as cutting tofu. Of course, Hung Feng's first layer of defense only looked intimidating. In fact, its defensive power was not even comparable to the defense profundity or the crystal wall profundity, which were the 2 defensive profundities from the law of Earth. At most, it was similar to the defense provided by the rock-style profundity. Even so, Hung Feng's expression changed drastically when he saw the first layer of defense he had prepared was destroyed in just a blink of an eye. He was the only one who knew. Earlier, when the first layer of defense he had prepared was destroyed, the law of Earth's recovery profundity did not even have the time to activate its recovery ability. Buzz. After destroying the first layer of defense Hung Feng had prepared, the gray saber ray shot toward Hung Feng. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the golden flames on the saber ray had dimmed. The golden flames on the gray sword light were obviously dimmer than before. The first layer of defense that Hung Feng had set up had consumed a certain amount of its energy. In just a blink of an eye, the gray saber ray sliced through the air and landed on Hung Feng's body. It collided with the 2 primary defensive profundities from the law of Earth. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After a brief moment of stalemate, the gray saber ray destroyed the talismans on the crystal wall profundity's body. With that, the defense profundity was destroyed. However, the golden flames on the gray saber ray dimmed even more. It seemed like it would be extinguished at any moment. Not good. Upon seeing this, Hung Feng's expression changed drastically. Because he discovered up until now, Duan Lingtian's dimensional slash hadn't been truly consumed. What had been consumed was only the layer of golden flames on the surface of the dimensional slash. Furthermore, even after breaching his first layer of defense and his defense profound, the golden flame still did not completely disappear. Oh my God! What kind of power was this? This level of power was no weaker than the combined might of 2 main offensive profundities of any law. In fact, it was even better. After defeating the defense profound meaning, the gray blade light continued to attack the crystal wall profound meaning. This time, when a few cracks appeared on Hung Feng's crystal wall, the golden flames on the surface of the gray sword light completely dissipated. At this moment, the energy that the chaos divine flame and the profound divine metal had given Duan Lingtian was completely depleted. However, the power of the dimensional slash was still the same as before. Pa, 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 pa. What happened last month repeated itself. The crystal wall profundity on the surface of Hung Feng's crystal wall profundity was destroyed as well. The cross-dimensional slash profundity left a shallow cut on Hung Feng's body before Duan Lingtian used the transportation profundity to teleport him behind Hung Feng. Upon seeing this, Wan Qingqing's eyes widened. This level of attack, even those 6 people might not be able to do it, right? If I join forces with him, even if we encounter those 6 people. Chapter 3149. After the defense profundity, the crystal barrier profundity, and the rock-style profundity were destroyed, Hung Feng tried to use the recovery profundity to repair them. However, the speed at which they were being repaired could not keep up with the speed at which they were being destroyed. For this reason, Hung Feng could only watch helplessly as the same thing that had happened to him the previous month happened to him again. How similar was history? If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian showing mercy, he would already be dead. Thank you. Unlike the previous time when he was caught off guard, this time, Hung Feng's defenses were breached even though he was fully prepared. For this reason, he could not help but thank Duan Lingtian for sparing his life. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Hung Feng took out his accumulative point jade and took it out. As he crushed his accumulative point jade, he looked at Wan Qingqing who was hovering in the air and said, "Junior sister Qingqing, I owe you a favor. However, before I leave, I hope you can join forces with Duan Lingtian. You've seen how strong Duan Lingtian is. With your speed, you might be able to eliminate those 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." As soon as Hung Feng finished speaking, he crushed his accumulative point jade and left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm without waiting for Wan Qingqing's reply. With this, the points in Hung Feng's accumulative point jade were transferred to Duan Lingtian's accumulative point jade. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw the number of points in his accumulative point jade. 33 points? Currently, he had a total of 34 points in his accumulative point jade. It seems like you and Hung Feng have made some gains while I was in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked at Wan Qingqing meaningfully. What do you think? Do you want to join forces with me? As soon as Hung Feng crushed his accumulative point jade and left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, meanwhile, those who were paying attention to the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could clearly see that Hung Feng's name had been removed from the top of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Martial Battle Mansion's Hung Feng's name had disappeared from the 25th place and was replaced by a new name. Duan Lingtian? The people from the other celestial mansions narrowed their eyes when they saw Duan Lingtian's name. Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion either didn't make it to the rankings, or he eliminated the Martial Battle Mansion's Hung Feng and entered the top 30. As far as I know, Hung Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion was also eliminated by Duan Lingtian last month. Why is Hung Feng so unlucky to encounter Duan Lingtian again? When Hung Feng entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm last month, he only had 1 point before he was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. This time, he had 33 points, but he was still eliminated by Duan Lingtian. So many points have gone to Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid that Hung Feng might even want to commit suicide now. Hung Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion is really unlucky. When the major celestial mansions discovered that Duan Lingtian had replaced Hung Feng on the scoreboard, a commotion broke out among the people in the profound Nether Mansion's 3 transporting formations. Duan Lingtian only entered the middle realm a few hours ago, right? He's already in the top 30? Isn't this too surreal? Don't tell me Hung Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion hired someone to cheat? Cheat? That's impossible. Hung Feng only had 1 point before he was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. Is that considered cheating as well? After Hung Feng was defeated by Duan Lingtian, It was revealed that Duan Lingtian had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Since Hung Feng was eliminated again, it's clear that Duan Lingtian is stronger than him. Hung Feng must have found someone to help him this time. I wonder if Duan Lingtian has eliminated his helper? If his helper is Wan Qingqing from the Martial Battle Mansion, I'm afraid Duan Lingtian won't be able to eliminate her. When Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound Nether Mansion, heard about Duan Lingtian entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, his eyes lit up. Good job. I thought he would fall behind since he entered the middle realm so late. I didn't expect him to gain so many points as soon as he entered the middle realm. Entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 6 days after it opened was a huge disadvantage. If one was unlucky, it would be difficult for one to enter the top 10 no matter how strong one was. However, now that Qi Tianming learned that Duan Lingtian had gained so many points as soon as he entered the middle realm, he was relieved. Based on the current situation, it shouldn't be a problem for him to enter the top 10. Qi Tianming thought to himself. In the Martial Battle Mansion, as soon as Hung Feng appeared, he attracted the attention of the Martial Battle Mansion's elders and disciples who were waiting at the transporting formation. They quickly shifted their attention to the scoreboard. With just a glance, they saw the name that replaced Hung Feng on the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian again? Hung Feng, didn't you join forces with Wan Qingqing this time? Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion eliminated him? Where's Wan Qingqing? Why didn't she come out with him? Think about it. Do you think ordinary people can match Wan Qingqing's speed? Even if Duan Lingtian is strong enough to eliminate Hung Feng, I doubt he's as fast as Wan Qingqing. You're right. When news of Hung Feng being eliminated by Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion spread, it caused a huge commotion in the Martial Battle Mansion. Hung Feng could only smile wryly. No matter how bitter the situation was, he had no choice but to swallow it. After all, he had no one to blame but himself for being inferior. In the Hanqing Mansion, when news of Duan Lingtian entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and entering the top 30 spread, Lu Ji had also heard about it. Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm? Not to mention, he was so lucky to encounter Hung Feng from the Martial Battle Hall as soon as he entered, and he managed to eliminate him and obtain 33 points? 34 points. It's time for me to enter as well. During this month, Lu Ji was in no hurry to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He was waiting for Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion to enter the middle realm. Last month, due to his carelessness, he was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. He was determined to avenge his humiliation this month. Lu Ji knew very well that Duan Lingtian was not a match for Duan Lingtian. After all, even if Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he might not be able to encounter Duan Lingtian after he entered the middle realm. However, since he knew Duan Lingtian had entered the middle realm before Duan Lingtian, he did not have to worry about Duan Lingtian entering the middle realm this month. Meanwhile, in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Wan Qingqing did not agree to Duan Lingtian's invitation. Instead, she asked, "How do we split the points?" Upon hearing Wan Qingqing's question, Duan Lingtian fell silent for a moment before he replied, "I won't take advantage of you. I won't take advantage of you. If we meet an opponent that either of us can eliminate, we'll take turns to earn points. If the previous person's points go to me, the next person's points go to you, the next person's points go to me, and so on. If we encounter opponents that you can eliminate and I can eliminate, for example, Hung Feng, I'll get the points. On the other hand, if we encounter opponents that I can eliminate and you can eliminate, you'll get the points. On the other hand, if we encounter opponents that we can only eliminate together, we'll take turns to obtain the points. What do you think?" All right. Initially, Wan Qingqing thought Duan Lingtian would take advantage of her. She did not expect Duan Lingtian to propose such a fair method. She could feel Duan Lingtian's sincerity, so she readily agreed to his suggestion. Although she agreed to Duan Lingtian's suggestion, it did not mean she treated Duan Lingtian as one of her own. Since she and Hung Feng were both disciples of the Martial Battle Mansion, it did not matter if they killed each other, they would not obtain the other's points. For this reason, there was no need for them to be wary of each other. However, she was different from Duan Lingtian. She was a disciple of the martial battle mansion, while Duan Lingtian was a disciple of the profound nether mansion. Regardless of whether she killed Duan Lingtian or Duan Lingtian killed her, they would obtain the other's points. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for her to be cautious. Of course, in the process of cooperation, if you covet the points in my hands and launch a sneak attack on me, at that time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly when he heard Wan Qingqing's words. Humph. Wan Qingqing, won't go back on my word. On the other hand, if you launch a sneak attack on me, even if I can't kill you, I can still run away. Once I leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, I'll spread the news that you went back on your word. Wan Qingqing scoffed. At that time, apart from those from the profound nether mansion, nobody in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm would dare to join forces with you. You won't have such an opportunity, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wan Qingqing's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? What? Do you think I'll kill you, so you won't have a chance to smear my name? Duan Lingtian said, as he looked at Wan Qingqing intently. It was as though he could see through her thoughts. Don't worry, I won't attack you so you won't have a chance to smear my name. Wan Qingqing sighed in relief when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Otherwise, she would have to reconsider if she was willing to take the risk. Duan Lingtian was stronger than her. Working with Duan Lingtian would be like asking a tiger for its skin. Moreover, she did not think Duan Lingtian was a person who would go back on his word. Moreover, Hong Feng also thought Duan Lingtian was reliable. Otherwise, she would not have taken the risk to work with Duan Lingtian. Are you really an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? Although Wan Qingqing followed Duan Lingtian, she maintained a safe distance from Duan Lingtian, so she could flee if necessary. Of course. Duan Lingtian touched the identity token on his waist and said mockingly, Why are you standing so far away from me? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Chapter 3150. After saying so much, I still haven't asked you. How many points do you have now? When I came in, I didn't see your name on the leaderboard. Duan Lingtian asked curiously. 1. Wan Qingqing didn't hide anything and spoke bluntly. 1. Duan Lingtian was stunned. So you're saying that from the moment we entered until now, the points of all the people that you and Hong Feng eliminated are all with Hong Feng? How did you distribute it? Duan Lingtian was somewhat convinced. He had no choice but to be convinced. Hong Feng, in addition to his own points, had also obtained 32 points, making a total of 33 points. As for Wan Qingqing, she only had 1 point. This also meant that, up until now, Hong Feng and Wan Qingqing had all the points of those who had been eliminated by Hong Feng. He said that as long as he reached 100 points, he would give the rest to me. Wan Qingqing said. Back then, when Hong Feng told her this, she felt that she had taken advantage of him. This was because once he and Hong Feng joined forces, as long as they did not encounter those 6 people, no one would be able to eliminate them. As long as their luck was not too bad, it would not be difficult for them to obtain more than 300 or 400 points. Moreover, it might be more than that. However, never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that Hong Feng was eliminated before he could accumulate 100 points, so she didn't even get a single point with Hong Feng's help. This made her feel a little suffocated. If I'm not wrong, at that time, when he said those words, you were probably secretly delighted, thinking that you had taken advantage of him, right? Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Wan Qingqing and guessed. Yes. Wan Qingqing smiled bitterly. For the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing did not speak for half an hour. Half an hour later, Duan Lingtian recalled something. He looked at Wan Qingqing and said, As far as I know, there's a person in the martial battle mansion who's quite strong. Last month, I saw him ranked in the top 5. Are you talking about King Tai? Wan Qingqing replied. That's right, it's him. Duan Lingtian nodded. The person he was referring to was King Tai, also a disciple of the martial battle house. King Tai is an inner court disciple of our martial battle mansion. His strength is unfathomable. He has been in the top 6 for the past 10 years. and he has never left the top 6. Wan Qingqing said, "Before I entered the Middle Realm, I heard someone say the top 6 in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm hasn't changed for a few years?" Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. It seems that besides King Tai, the other 5 are also quite strong. I don't know exactly how strong they are, but I do know that I'm no match for them. I met all 6 of them in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Wan Qingqing shook her head. King Tai is a disciple of your martial battle mansion. It's impossible for him to make a move on you. How strong are the other 5? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The other 5 people are much stronger than me. Most importantly, their speed is not inferior to mine. When I encounter them, I can only crush my accumulative point jade and leave. Wan Qingqing sighed. Based on the fact that the other 6 people had been in the top 6 for so many years, one could only imagine how strong they were. However, Duan Lingtian did not expect King Tai to be so fast. He did not expect the other 6 people's speed to be on par with Wan Qingqing. This meant King Tai was not an easy opponent. Even if he could defeat any one of the 6 in a head-on confrontation, he could only watch as the other party fled if they wanted to. His speed was his shortcoming. After all, he could only rely on the law of space's teleportation profundity to increase his speed. Although the Chaos Divine Flame, the Profound Divine Metal, and the Chaos Divine Earth could help him in a fight, they could only strengthen his offense. They could not increase his speed. Unless I comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity, my speed is far inferior to theirs. Although the transportation profundity was only one of the profundities in the law of space, if one could fully comprehend it, it would complement the teleportation profundity. When the 2 profundities were combined, his speed would not be inferior to the speed of 3 profundities from the law of wind combined. This was one of the reasons the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws, was so heaven-defying. 2 profundities from the law of wind were comparable to 3 profundities from the law of wind. However, with Wan Qingqing's help, things will be different. Even if we encounter the other 6 people, I'll be able to deal with them. Wan Qingqing has comprehended the law of wood, and the law of wood is more supportive. It won't be difficult for her to keep them busy and give me a chance to deal with them. The reason Duan Lingtian had asked Wan Qingqing to join forces with him was due to her speed and her comprehension of the law of wood. If Wan Qingqing had comprehended the laws of wind, he definitely wouldn't be as interested in her as he was now. Even if Wan Qingqing was fast, she would not be able to deal with them. The law of wind was good at speed, but it was not good at keeping their opponents busy. As long as their opponents found an opening, they would be able to escape. If we encounter them again, I'll help you get back at them. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into slits, and when he opened them again, a bright light flashed within. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wan Qingqing's eyes lit up immediately. She could still remember the battle between the 2 of them. Back then, when she faced those 5 people, although she rarely fought, she was still in a very sorry state. 2 of them had even teased her. However, since she was not as strong as them, there was nothing she could do about it. Wan Qingqing, why don't we make a deal? A thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind as he asked, "Can you bring me to the Martial Battle Mansion's base?" Last month, he had obtained quite a number of points outside the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Apart from the Profound Nether Mansion's base, the Martial Battle Mansion's base had moved as well. For this reason, he did not know where the Martial Battle Mansion's base was located. However, with Wan Qingqing leading the way, it would not be difficult for him to find the Martial Battle Mansion's base. For example, he could return to the Profound Nether Mansion's base whenever he wanted since he knew where the Profound Nether Mansion's base was. He could stay in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for 10 days. If he wanted to leave earlier, he would have to use the transporting formation in the Profound Nether Mansion's base. As for the remaining time, he could wait for a few days before he was forced to leave the Middle Realm. You want to go to the Martial Battle Mansion's base? Wan Qingqing's expression changed slightly before she shook her head decisively. Impossible. I won't take you there. If I do, I'll be considered a traitor. I'd rather die than betray the Martial Battle Mansion. Wan Qingqing was originally a gale grass that had transformed into a human. She had relied on the Martial Battle Mansion's help to achieve what she had today. As a mutant who had transformed into a human, Her thoughts were purer than a human's. She knew how to repay a favor. Last month, she had heard about Duan Lingtian ambushing people outside the Martial Battle Mansion's base. At that time, Duan Lingtian had eliminated more than a dozen people from the Martial Battle Mansion. It was a great humiliation to the Martial Battle Mansion. Many people in the Martial Battle Mansion were clamoring to take revenge on Duan Lingtian to vent their anger and resentment. Wan Qingqing was clear in her heart. Unless King Tai was in the Martial Battle Mansion's camp. Otherwise, no matter who it was, if they encountered Duan Lingtian after leaving the Martial Battle Mansion's base, they would be eliminated. It's fine if you don't want to. Noticing Wan Qingqing's emotional fluctuations, Duan Lingtian did not force her. However, it was a pity that he had lost an opportunity to easily obtain points. However, what surprised Duan Lingtian was what Wan Qingqing said next. Although I can't tell you where the Martial Battle Mansion's camp is, Hung Feng and I have passed by the Fireglaze Mansion's camp in the past 2 days. Wan Qingqing said. Fireglaze Manor's camp? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up again. He didn't expect Wan Qingqing to know the location of other Grade 6 immortal mansions. In the Martial Battle Mansion's camp, Wan Qingqing didn't want to betray the Martial Battle Mansion. After all, she had nothing to worry about in the Fireglaze Mansion's camp, right? If you want to go, I can bring you there. However, I have to make it clear that I won't help you if you attack the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples in the Fireglaze Mansion's camp. Wan Qingqing said. Guarding the Fireglaze Mansion's camp was a great provocation to the Grade 6 Immortal Mansion. She was unwilling to offend a Grade 6 Immortal Mansion for the sake of some points. That's not a problem. Duan Lingtian said without hesitation. I'll guard the Fireglaze Mansion's camp myself. As for you, you can just hide at the side. Bring me there now. Duan Lingtian looked at Wan Qingqing eagerly. Although most of the people who came out of the Fireglaze Mansion's camp had 1 point, there were still many of them. Normally, there would be at least 10,000 people entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm every month. On average, there would be a few hundred people entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most of them would enter the middle realm in the first half of the month. In the past few days, there would be at least 20 people leaving the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm every day. Apart from that, those in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were not allowed to use communication celestial talismans. However, that did not mean those in the middle realm could not receive communication celestial talismans from the outside world. As long as I block the Fireglaze Mansion's base, they'll spread the news to the other 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I'm sure they'll inform the other 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Those 10 Directions Celestial Dukes will definitely come for me. At that time, I'll be able to obtain a lot of points. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. It was as though he could see a huge pile of points waving at him. What? You plan to guard the Fireglaze Mansion's camp openly? Wan Qingqing's eyes widened in shock when she heard Duan Lingtian's plan. Her usually aloof demeanor was replaced by a playful expression. She felt this outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion was crazy. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.